What's up, everyone? Kawaii here. Welcome to episode 40 of the Weebs of the Roundtable podcast. In this podcast, we're going to be talking about our mid-season impressions. Well, sort of mid-season. It's kind of late, but it is what it is. But yeah, mid-season impressions of the summer 2023 season. Joining me right here is Memory NK, Ryusei Mad Lad of Culture, and Annie Poe Reviews. So, other than that, without further ado, let's get to it. So, we're going to go on my anime list. We're going to start at the top list and we're going to work our way down. So, the first anime on the list is Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2.
Jujutsu Kaisen.
So,
Alright, I'm muting up.
Yeah, Mary's going to mute up. He's going to deafen himself since he is not caught up.
We've done episode 2, so we cannot say too much. But he cannot listen too much. So, anyways, Jujutsu Kaisen Season 2, finally, it's back next week. So that's good. And I've been told that the next arc we're covering is going to be like a turning point of the story for Jujutsu Kaisen, so I'm looking forward to it. But of course, we have to talk about Gojo backstory arc, which is another term, hidden inventory arc, which I don't really get what's it called, hidden inventory. But let's just say the backstory arc. Well, at least we got context to for the movie Jujutsu Kaisen 0. That's the best. To be honest, that's the best thing I can take out of the backstory arc. When I watched the Jujutsu Kaisen 0, I was more keen on learning more about Geto's backstory more than just Yuji just being just like Shinji most of the time. So yeah, that's why I know the backstory arc was interesting because we get to learn more about Geto and the reason to why he acted the way he did in the movie. But also I feel like there's gonna be a part to play in the Shibuya arc later on, but we just have to wait and see because Geto is still alive. Apparently, from what I've been told. I mean, you can see from the PV and the season 1, but I heard there's a twist to the story to that, but we just have to see. But yeah, anyways, the Gojo backstory arc. It is what it is. I mean, you get to see the best of Gojo even more. You get to see how he became so OP. And actually, we get to see the first person to give Gojo a hard time. I mean, in this case, Toji. So, yeah, when Toji was introduced, I think it was episode 1. To be honest, I don't really know the significance of Toji until the fan base start talking about it on Twitter and saying, "Oh, so he is gonna be a big deal." And he was a big deal because he was the first one to defeat. I'm not sure is it the first one, but the first one to give Gojo a hard time, and he even go as far as almost killing him. So, well, I gotta say, man, that was a very fun fight. But getting to see Gojo coming back alive and just being a total maniac during episode 4 was just so fun to see, especially Nakamura, the voice actor for Gojo, really went all in with the voice acting. Like seriously, I think I haven't seen him scream like that or speak voice so highly like that, for a long time actually. So yeah, so it was a really fun backstory arc. We get to learn a bit more context to Gojo, high school life and Geto, and of course the other characters, the other teachers. But other than that, though, I mean, it's just there just to allow us to have more Jujutsu Kaisen content. So take it away, whoever watches it.
So
you can go first.
Hidden Inventory arc, more or less to me, serves as a bridge between what we had in season 1 and whatever turn of events are gonna come to season 2, as well as providing more context regarding Jujutsu Kaisen 0, the movie. Because remember, Jujutsu Kaisen 0 was basically supposed to be the prototype. Yuta was supposed to be the main protagonist at one point. But the author Akutami just kind of had to scrap that and just kind of start anew with Yuji. I'm not so sure what the particular reasons for that, but that's all. But it is what it is, and that's why not just before he probably more or less decided to add the hidden inventory arc to draw more context, because the instance with Gojo and Geto will be quite relevant coming with this next arc. So the Hidden Inventory arc, it's very short, and there's criticism where like as much as I really loved the Hidden Inventory arc, it was one of my favorites. I did wish it could have been longer. I did wish it could have fleshed out a bit more regarding Gojo and Gento's relationship. The adaptation is like the adapt thing is perfect. By the way, I don't know what these guys on fucking Twitter were spouting nonsense about that one panel where that is done injustice when it's just like, oh, it's fine. The thing what
that scream scene that I saw comparison to, I was like, I don't see anything problem with it.
not just that the scene where he was just like,
oh,
God Heaven Earth, I am the beloved one.
Yeah.
And he wanted an angle because there was another. It was because there was another panel that had another panel that's supposed to counter to mirror that image in an opposing way. That's why they're all upset. But I felt like with the whole direction of that episode, I didn't think it was a problem because the episode wasn't supposed to be because in the end, the episode wasn't really about the hype, just some hype fight itself. It felt like something like, I don't know how you say this, sort of a piano melody or something. I don't know or a ballad if you can say something like that. Or specifically at least with that scene, because Gojo was basically at the point where he was high on ecstasy. He was like you know how you get high off drugs. That's what he was feeling when he rediscovered them. Like the fact that Gojo could have died, but Toji just kind of did not finish the job, allowed him to be able to rediscover something regarding reverse Kurt's energy, which apparently, from what I remember, Shoko actually knows how to do it, but she's not good at teaching it. Because she's always like doing this. She's like someone that's always like saying, you know, like you're given a question, but you just put the answer, but you don't do the work beforehand, or you don't express that beforehand. That's what she was literally doing. So which was funny. And so for I liked how the relationship with Gojo and Geto are, and where Gojo could have been the villain himself if Geto just kind of let him there, and in a way Geto became more or less the villain in his place, which is honestly sad. Geto's his ideology, as comical as it would seem in the movie, it makes sense when you hit with this arc, because it's like there's no, because like when you're trying to have a sense of duty and you're just having this on repeat, when something like this, when something gets thrown into the works like Toji, or when you realize some of these non-sorcerers are just there for trouble, to try to overthrow things, to try to ruin the balance, and there's also some sort of discrimination of sorts, like you see with those sisters that you say, you know, they would be there later on in the Jujutsu Kaisen 0. And then there was also the point where one of the other fellow Jujutsu Sorcerer students, I think it was I forgot the guy's name. What was it? The one, he was with Nanami. He was with Nanami, younger Nanami, which was also really nice to see.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but yeah, I can't remember the name.
Yeah, hold on. That's how I was say is that he was such a he didn't show. He barely showed up. So I do apologize if I don't remember. It was It's Haibara. He was more or less like Yuji in a way, which is kind of funny to say. And of course he didn't survive, and that was more or less kind of a turning point, where he starts to really shift. But before that, it was also the funny part or the rather fucked up part. Yuki, the one that taught Toji about the whole thing. He even gave him the sort of mannerism. Remember Toto. Actually, Toto. My bad. Toto was the like the mannerisms like all the same. She inadvertently gave him the ideas. Like she was just saying things. Like it wasn't mean like she was intentionally goading him into something bad, but he was in a bad state. She was the wrong person to be having this sort of conversation with at that time. So yeah, and the whole thing, like everything, like you see how your hidden inventory starts. Everything feels so funny and high spirited and all. Especially how the OP is like how it's funny how Gojo and Geto were kind of like, and then it felt so natural with how everything shifts down to very serious, very like bittersweet too. Like Gojo feels like you can clearly see like he wants to stop Geto, but he can't kill his friend. He like and because Geto could also brought up the points is just like was just like, oh, you think it's impossible? Then how come you're able to do it? You can't just say it's impossible to do it when you yourself could do it to someone else. And if you're like, if you're, can you do this because you're you, or are you because you can do this, basically? And it's just like, oh, if I somehow was able to become you, which may or may not be foreshadowing to what happened with Geto in the Shibuya arc, that would, and they say, wouldn't that be a flip of that situation, the flip of the situation, or be, you know, proving your logic, proving that your point wrong. And Gojo, as strong as he is, he was alone in a way. Strong, but strong. The strongest is he is the strongest, yet he's the most alone in a way. It's kind of sad to think about this. So so he did whatever he could. He did well, to at least kind of pay back Toji, because he just kind of just put a hole into Toji, like defeat him with, kill him with Hollow Purple, which was kind of insane, by the way. I actually like the Now there are a lot of people that didn't like how the Hollow Purple was done in season 2 as well. But in retrospect, I'm not so sure how to feel about season 1's. Like maybe it's like an amped up version of what he was able to do at the time, able to accomplish the first time. But it says it's something like virtual or imaginary mass, which he kind of just flicks, and I felt like it was a better implication of what he could do, because it's kind of crazy that Gojo, as strong as he is, he had mastered a lot of it all the time, and then like that occurred, he was able to master it, but it also left Geto behind, because they used to be going hand in hand. They were two best strong if they had each other's back, and now Gojo just kind of just went up, and Geto was left behind, and he couldn't save he couldn't even save his. Not only did he inadvertently left his friend behind, he also couldn't save. He could not save him. Like, he doesn't want this to come back again. That's why he was saying, like, to young Megami, get strong, so I don't end up leaving you behind, so you can catch up with me, of sorts. That's why he's also trying to gather other younger people that can get strong, like Yuji, and also like and all that. So yeah, that's how it kind of sets up. I also like how how it just kind of that arc kind of ends with Yoda just kind of waking up, because remember in the opening you kind of just see him drift off to sleep, and just like it's all kind of like a reminiscence, so it kind of fits in a way with how the story goes overall in the manga, even if it is kind of told out of order in one way or another. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I think it's great. fantastic so far. So already I know Jujutsu Kaisen second season is gonna be one of my top favorites. Personally. But I do want, and seeing that Shibuya arc trailer, I'm looking even more forward to it. It's just that like it's gonna be quite the struggle to keep myself together when it kind of hits. Like I wish I could be more physically enthusiastic about it at the moment, but it's gonna be crazy. Like because I read the manga but it's been a while because I was actually reading it during release, so I don't remember that much. But knowing what the new director has gone to and what his visions are and how the animation feels more loose. There isn't too much excessive details like in season one. There's a lot better sort of, layout, planning in terms of layouts, the colors, the sort of depth and lighting, the sorts compositioning and all. That it's been a lot better, even though people just complain about there's less detail about that. Yeah, well, actually, more detail can actually be a bad thing. Like it would just be too much. You don't want too much. You want a sense of balance. Too much of something could be a bad thing. So yeah, I wish I could say more, but I'll save it for when Shibuya does come around. So sorry if that took too long.
Nah, that's good. Okay, I'm about to say something that's maybe a little bit controversial, a little bit hearsay. There's a lot of people I feel like puts Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 on a high pedestal. There are so many people that probably consider this one of their favorites, if not their favorites of the season. And for me personally, I don't really agree with that. And that's kind of why I haven't really been talking about this series all too much, because I'm just not all that hyped. I don't get really excited when it comes to this series. Like I enjoy it. I like the action and the animation. I think that's really good. I also think Geto's like backstory and how like his turn to villainy. I do think that is probably one of the most interesting things that was presented in season 2, because like what his like whole I'm gonna kill every single non-sorcerer plot, that's horrible, but you can kind of understand where he's come from. You can kind of understand why he wanted to turn to such a drastic decision, because it's like when he was working with Gojo and all that, every time he sees a cursed spirit, it's like it was like what did he say? It was like exercise and absorb over and over again, and it's like shit never changes. And he lost a lot of good people from fighting these cursed spirits. So yeah, I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. So yeah, I just find Geto very interesting. But other than the stuff I mentioned, Jujutsu Kaisen was never a series that I was just hyped to see, or I was like really excited to see every single week. It was like, for me, it was just more of a series of like, okay, yeah, I enjoy it. I guess I'll watch it, the new episode. And that's kind of how I feel about season 2 so far. So, of course, to be fair, this is a 2 cour, just like season 1, and we're only 5 episodes in. So, there's a possibility that it could change for me. But as of right now, that's just kind of how I feel right now. Like it's okay. It's at least okay for me. Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 is. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. I will say though that I definitely did not expect to see that one girl who's supposed to serve as a vessel. I did not expect to see her get capped, especially considering the amount of goofiness that we saw with her in Gojo. So yeah, that was definitely probably one of the most shocking things to come out of this series so far.
I thought it was well. I thought it was plenty shock. Well, I do get season 1 being kind of just feeling like it feels safe. Well, I won't say it's completely safe, like I see with most shonen, because a bunch of people just kind of some people do get just clapped right there. Jujutsu Kaisen is not afraid to clap characters whenever
Yeah.
the time comes.
Though, to be honest though, like when she got clapped, I was shocked, but to be honest, I kind of feel like that was just a warning sign to us, for us, like what anime only is that something similar might happen later on in the story. Like the author is saying that, oh, you think it's gonna be happy and sweet like that? No, trust me, there'll be more.
It's intentional, yeah. It's intentional, all right.
Yeah, it was intentional, but I also served as a warning that Jujutsu Kaisen is not gonna be like your typical shonen anymore. So
yeah, definitely.
After when I saw the Shibuya incident arc trailer, to be honest though, I don't really analyze trailers anymore, because like usually when you see a trailer, it's not always fully translated into the anime. Like for example, like I don't see why people are complaining for that last scene from the trailer where she could not do the fire arrow. Nothing wrong with it. I mean, I can see the comparison to the fan animation. I mean, looks more epic, yes, but maybe because Mappa just they haven't finished drawing that scene. That's why they use what they got right now. So like I said, I don't really want to judge too much from the trailer. But
I'm not so sure about that, because the fan animation uses a lot of special effects, whereas with the part we see with Sukuna in the trailer so far, it's purely is mostly still just hand drawn. So,
yeah, I mean, like I said, like I don't know what will Mappa do to respond to that, because like just like the fact that people are overreacting over just a trailer, it just really baffles me. I just say, guys, just wait for the actual scene before it. So
I think it was in one. Well, remember in one scene back when Chainsaw Man was there, when the initial trailer came out.
They didn't show any of the scenes from the trailer to the anime. Like some scene was cut out from the trailer. So that's I think that's what.
Never mind. That was no. They probably will. They might improve on. They might improve on that. I mean, but I don't see why they wouldn't. I mean, it's just that it's a very short clip too, and there's probably also
point of the trailer. For me personally, the point of a trailer is to give me the excitement, the vibes, rather than the animation stuff happening. Like if I don't feel excited from the trailer, then you already know it's a bad sign for the anime. But if I feel excited from just a trailer, then you know I'm excited for the anime. So trailer is there just to give you the hype, the excitement for it, rather than just like I don't know. I find it funny how some channels decide to dissect the trailer. I was like, what's the point of dissecting it when they can change the scene from the anime? So yeah, that's why like I don't.
I mean, it's not pre-animated.
I don't judge too much from the trailer. I just judge the vibe from it. That's it. So yeah. Anyways, Jujutsu Kaisen season 2 Gojo backstory arc. Yeah, I mean we basically provide more context to Gojo and Geto, and of course the other students too. I mean other teachers about how they've been taught and how the philosophy. Obviously, after Jujutsu Kaisen 0, we can assume that Geto is being killed by Gojo, but I saw for the trailer he's still alive, so there must be a reason for that. But yeah,
I've noticed one thing. There is some soul marks on his head. Just letting everyone know. He did not have that in Jujutsu.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't want to overanalyze that scar in the head, but if I had to take a guess, an educational guess, I guess I've seen something this done before. He has been experimented on, so I just take a guess.
So Tengoku Daimaku style, maybe?
Huh? Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Brain switching.
All right, we out here and being evil con for sure. I'm just saying.
Oh, by the way,
yeah,
Anatole, have you?
If I had to judge the animation for what we saw from Gojo scene, not bad. I mean, I don't understand the comparison to the manga panel, because manga panel is manga panel, but yeah, like I mean, the fight scene looks more so like what we saw from season 1, but it's just that I think Mappa is just saving the budget for the Shibuya arc, so that's why we don't feel
we don't use budget. We just use resources.
Yeah, well,
Just say
yeah,
like
whatever
manpower.
resources, budget, whatever.
There's
But
priorities. There's some
yeah,
episodes to prioritize, some not.
I mean, they took a month. Jujutsu Kaisen took a month off for a reason, so hopefully it pays off in the end. So yeah, we just have to wait for next week then. So what you were trying to say, Kawaii?
Oh, I was just asking Anipo if he watched this series.
No, I stopped watching at season 1, to be honest. I was planning to maybe catch up before season 2, but it's just kind of like what you said. I'm not super hyped about this show either. Production-wise, it looks great, but I'm just not too into the story. And the only reason I would catch up to this is maybe to make content for it, but I think there are like already millions of people doing reactions for this. If I do, it's not going to be visible. So I thought, what's the point? So yeah, I'm not watching.
Especially with your hot take on it too. So
I mean, I can understand why people like it because I mean, the animation, etc., looks great. And I will say, I did watch some trailer or previews or whatever of season 2, and it looks even better than season 1 actually. But it's just too much to catch up now. So maybe some other time, but not right now.
Gotcha.
That's fair enough.
okay. So
But yeah, any
what's
final
next?
thoughts on Jujutsu Kaisen season 2? Or are we ready to move on?
I'm
Tell
excited.
memory that he can.
Yeah,
just-
we can-
I'm just excited for next week. The Star Shibuya arc. King Janu gonna be doing the opening. So I'm looking forward to see what the opening sounds like because I already hearing people complaining about the song already. So
But that's already a top tier song for me. I like the sort of.
Wasn't?
I like
Yeah,
I like the menacing vibe the menacing sort of vibe it has. You know, I'm just tired of these generic shonen openings I keep seeing every freaking, every other freaking series or season is like literally tiresome. And
yeah. So like I said, I don't understand why people are judging the song through the trailer. Just listen to the song first when it
Didn't
comes out.
memory
like,
criticize
I mean, you know how much I like it? I've been replaying that. I've been having that in my head ever since that trailer dropped. That's how much I'm into that one. I like it. Of course, I need the full, of course, we need to see how the visuals complement, though.
I mean, for example, like the opening for the Gojo backstory arc, like I didn't really like it at first, but then after listening to it like for the third, fourth time, it sticks in my head now. So it's actually a really good song when it comes to that like segment of the song, especially with the fact that people actually use that song to do TikTok dances now. But yeah, you can say I'm looking forward to listen to the King Janu song because the songs are always a banger, anyways. So yeah, I'm looking forward to next week, and I have nothing more to say.
I'm gonna write to memory now.
Oh, no,
that he can
I got
unmute.
it.
Okay.
Mushoku Tensei Season 2. Okay, I have a feeling that this is gonna be a hot topic to discuss.
Yeah, I've heard some controversy about it.
Oh, hey.
But I don't think any of us are really haters for the show, though. So that's
No.
we're gonna get along here.
It's not that. It's something else.
I'm not really sure if I'm found anything particularly irking for me. Honestly, like maybe it's just more because I'm just used to that shit. Like seeing in so many other animes and done so much worse. Like I've literally watched Great Teacher Onizuka, and that shit fucking has a lot more fucking controversial shit. But not many people know about that. There's a lot of other shows that are worse off than Mushoku Tensei. Believe me.
Great one now.
Great Teacher Onizuka.
It's older.
Oh.
It's older, I think.
Oh,
It's old as hell.
Oh, that anime. That put in my plan to watch list. Okay, I'll check it out.
I know there are memes from it, but I haven't watched it myself.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah. So it doesn't really bother me that much. It gives me a chuckle, but I mean, or a good ass laugh. But it's not bothering. Like there were scenes from season 1 that, of course, did make some of them like, yeah, you didn't need to go there. But I like that it's not holding back on those, because you gotta show us just like this, because we used to see these scenes as just gags. But now it's like we can't just readily laugh. readily laugh at that unless we're built different, you know. It's one of these things where Mushoku Tensei, you like, it's not trying to tell you it's just all it's fine that the MC is necessarily a good character. Doesn't mean he's a badly written character. I don't like
It's the opposite actually, because the way people are so angry with him, hate him, that just shows how well written he is, because he's really triggering people.
Of course,
That's what I think.
Of course, you do need some sort of innate execution. Of course, like just knowing how you like a more coherent sense of progression with him. You don't want to go too drastic, you know. Because I'm just gonna tell you right now, I hate the slavery. Like, we're not defending slavery, but we're not gonna try to say Rudy should be suddenly become a social justice warrior. He can't. There's no. He can't just become a crusader.
Isn't that what the author said about his character in the story?
Yeah,
Like,
but people like to screw his words and say like, "Oh, he's just stuff."
oh, the author is for
nonsense.
slavery. I bet that's what people did for sure.
Yeah, they literally just making up their own narratives and and people are just gonna sack them for the hell of lives because Twitter.
And then you know how Twitter is. Other people who probably aren't even watching the show just jump on it. And they're like, "Oh, everyone's on this hate bandwagon."
And they're ruining it for other people as well, who may or may not want to watch it.
It's a dumpster fire.
I'm gonna agree. Like, if you have watched it and you don't like it, that's fair enough. But if you have not watched it and you just see pictures and I'm gonna hate on this show, that's just ridiculous, to be honest.
Yeah.
Or like,
I will say though, even though I'm a fan of this show, it's understandable that some things can trigger people. For example, the slavery, because we got to remember he came from Japan before, where this doesn't exist. So I would feel that he should have some more responsibility than to go to slave market just because in a new world, to be honest. But the fact that he does, I don't really see him question it or so, or say, "Oh, it's horrible." But it's more like, "Oh, we're gonna find a good slave here and pick one out." That part I do understand why people get triggered by that. Now, I'm not one of the sensitive people, but it's still kind of understandable why people would get bothered by some of the things in this show. Actually,
Yeah.
the thing is that.
It's a fictional story. It's a fantasy story. We've saw many other, not even just like, just so many other series. There's slavery in it, right? Like,
Ill Hero.
Yeah, there's like, and I feel like others have handled it way like worse for sure. Yeah. And
there's literally human trafficking in something like Black Lagoon, and it just gets brought up again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I don't know. It's just like, I guess how the author explained it was like Rudy's not in a position to like, because this is a world that's already been kind of like set in stone, like with how I guess the foundation or how things have been laid out, right? So who is he to come into this world and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna change this or do this"? Like I think like Ryu said, like for him to just become like some social justice warrior, it would not work. It would not really fit the story at all. And he's not really in the place to like do something like that. Like I just don't think
that's understandable. Actually,
yeah,
it would be. I think what would bother people probably is the fact that he might, by his own choice, still go to sleep. Like he can still avoid going there. I think that's where the trigger is. True. He doesn't have to like remove the markets, but don't go there himself and buy a slave. I think that's where
the thing, and it goes back to where Sophie even hesitated to suggest him that, which means she or more or less is uncomfortable. Not like she can really do about it, actively do anything about slavery itself. She just kind of knows it's there, and it's not like she has that sort of modern day sort of social views, of course, like Rudy may or may not have had. But Rudy's been in this world for quite some time, so where like his whatever views he's had in his past life may or may not matter much anymore as they would now. it's because he's just kind of been in this for quite a long time.
I mean, I think, usually when you are born, you kind of like zero state, right? You don't have memories, etc. So you can start from there. But if we take the example, for example, with first Ares left him, and then he had the misunderstanding with Sarah, and then she left him, he still carries like bad memories from his past life, and already there he got like his low self-esteem. So I think that was the start why he was also so triggered when Ares left and then Sarah left, and then he almost killed himself. So in this case,
that was stressful when he tried to kill him. He was making that decision so quick, but I literally saw him start to pick up dagger, and I'm like, oh no. I was literally like sensing what he was trying to do, because in real life people can just off themselves at a beat. That's how crazy it can be. And for the anime just make it that quick. It's just like, what the hell? It just gives you, it just intentionally gives you a shock, like, oh shit, it's not all that funny as some people may think at first.
I think I didn't see it myself, but I saw some comments on Mashup where people said that some of the reactors were laughing when he was trying to kill himself. I didn't pay too much attention to that, but
I didn't find it funny at all.
No,
I was more like, because of how sudden it was, I was like, wait, what are you doing? I was like, yeah, that was me. I was like, wait.
How do you find it? How are you supposed to find that? I don't. That's the part that kind of irks me. How the hell do you find it funny that someone wants to off him? Did the Akane episode from Mushoku did not teach anyone?
Yeah, but people won't point out.
They will not have a sly Aqua to save your ass from the bridge. They will not have a very witty soul dad to grab that dagger, to knock that dagger away. And boy, Soul Dad was fucking.
He was saved at the very last end.
That guy's a drone.
As I said though, like I said it myself in my videos, that his reaction is quite understandable, to be honest, because as I said, this is not the first time. This first happened with Ares and now with Sarah. He's got very low self-esteem.
Oh yeah,
and it's like a snowball effect, right? If it happens again, it's just gonna build up, and he's gonna feel like, what's the point? So his reactions is perfectly natural. So I'm just happy that he was saved from actually killing himself. Now I do like it though that he met Sylphie, although he doesn't know it's Sylphie. But hopefully it looks as Sylphie has a lot more understanding of him than, for example, what Sarah did. So I think maybe Sylphie is going to be a lot of mental help for him now when he's at the university, hopefully.
Yeah. I mean, like I feel like the OP especially, like I feel like kind of tells that a lot, because there's like so like there's a lot for the others, but like especially Sophie, like it's very Sophie heavy in the OP. I feel like for sure.
She is going to be. She's like the most highlighted character.
Much. Yeah, for him. Which you can just tell though that Sophie, like in these past couple episodes, like she wants to like spill the beads so bad. Like I know it makes sense why, but it's like damn, she like started almost like busted out laughing in the one scene, and she's like, you just see her like always like blushing and just like scratching her ears or like twiddling with her fingers and stuff. I'm just like, oh my gosh, she wants to spill the
but you know, I think she's more or less also thinking that, oh, Rudis is not in a good position to where I want to reveal it, and also she's not so sure of herself of how she feels about him. That's why she doesn't want to open up to him about who we want.
Well, she's starting to kind of like, well, at least romantically, it seems like she's starting to. Because I think before it was more so like obviously like a friendship, like kind of respect, like massive respect kind of thing. Yeah. But now it's like, oh, there's like a hint of like, or she's feeling that potentially like the feelings are, romantic. So
at the same time, she's kind of worried because he's a gray rat. So even end up together, he's gonna chase other girls. I was kind of saying that, that he is, after he got Isekai, he's been kind of surrounded by girls like Ares, Sylphie, Sarah, whatever. I do wonder if that is because of his gray rat blood. Maybe that is kind of just came by itself.
Hey man,
But
if
but
he can get the harem, he probably would. I think he would probably harder in the harem. I've seen a lot of other MC protagonists. They
yeah.
declare they want this harem, and they sometimes they succeed, sometimes they don't.
Yeah, I will say though, because it seems like a lot of the people who don't like the show doesn't see that, but Rudy, he's improving. He's not being as pervert as he was in the beginning. He's really becoming more mature, I think. So
I mean, he's still scummy to an extent. Well, we gotta
is.
know that he is. But
He
at
is.
least he's doing way
He's doing
better
way
off.
better. Like you gotta remember, like he was like 40 years old when he got the isekai. He still got all of that in his luggage. So of course it's not gonna be easy to remove it completely, but there is still improvement if we look back on season 1.
Oh yeah, and he's only gonna continue. Like I feel like, especially like Sylphie, even in like the most recent episode, like Sylphie did the silliest thing to punish the
So she
Persona
kind
and
of
Linnea.
she kind of type along with that bullshit.
Yeah, she literally did the silliest thing though. And I feel like that's like kind of a learning experience of anything for Rudy. Like say hypothetically if something like this happened again where he like needed to punish someone, like where it's something like this, I guess, like he's not gonna go to the lengths, because I definitely think he went too far. Right?
He did
In
go
yeah,
too far.
like definitely.
I mean, yeah, he
But, like,
is.
now
He
with
did
Sylphie
want to be
coming in-
petty because that was his goddess that they were disrespecting. So
Oh yeah.
at
And
least
everyone-
there was a
everyone-
reason.
I know
for
it's
it.
silly. It's silly sounding, but like everyone has, you know, there could be something that maybe others will be like, oh, that's your like prized possession. But hey, it's different for everyone, right? Like someone could have the silliest
Mhm.
thing that means the absolute most to them that
Exactly.
they would get
It
that
is.
pissed about.
It is like from my point of view, because I saw comments too, like, "Oh, they deserve this," be tied up and everything. I'm like, it's just a figurine. He could repair it. He didn't have to go this far.
He was so consumed by rage that like he didn't even, he's like, oh, I could have fixed this. But like even besides that, like I feel like a lot of this probably could have been prevented. Like say if say if he brought up like Ghislaine before, like maybe this could have been like even before all this happened. Like if he would have talked about Ghislaine at some point to the two of them, like I feel like this probably would have been prevented. Or like say if Sylphie, if Rudy went to Sylphie first before, but he kind of just acted on impulse, I guess. But like if he went to Sylphie before and asked like, oh, how should I punish these girls, or what would be the right way to punish them, like that a lot of this could have been easily prevented, I feel like. But like I said, he in the moment he was like kind of consumed by, I guess, by like rage and the total disrespect, and he kind of acted on impulse, which I thought honestly, watching the episode, I thought he was gonna leave it at kind of what happened in the schoolyard. He kind of just like knocked them out or whatever real quick. I thought he was gonna leave it at that, but then it's like no, he didn't.
Well, I mean, we gotta remember the Beast Girls are pretty much eloquent, and you think you don't think they could just try to get revenge? That's why he just kind of put it like
the
that.
reputation that they have, apparently, especially from what Summit told me, like from the I guess from the novels, like stuff that necessarily I guess the anime couldn't like tackle.
They couldn't tackle, but you could have. It does give the general idea that if you just let him be, they probably would have tried to get back at him. Mm-hmm. Hence why he went a tad too far, but there was a reason for it. Like I wasn't too I wasn't fond. I didn't agree with what he did with them. It is funny, but I didn't agree. Like, but again, I can understand. I understand circumstances to why. And then when it occurred to him, like, oh, I could have done this. I could have went about this in another way. Damn. Yeah. Oh, whatever. I guess that's kind of how it.
Maybe for next time. It's like a learning experience for next time. But like, I don't know, the way the episode was like even directed, like the music they were using, and just like it definitely came across as more like comedic.
Julie's parts.
Yeah, Julie, like how they were all chanting, they were all chanting like Roxy.
And also the way how Julie, it also kind of shows
Julie's input. Attention. Yeah,
like I like what they did with Julie here. Yeah, she's technically a slave by written contract, but she's technically just free. And they don't treat her.
They don't treat her like a slave. Like go do this or like go do that.
From what I remember, there was a mentioning of that, like, oh, if she wanted to leave, we could just let her go. But of course, like, Julie's not in a state where she can fend for herself, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of better to stick around with him. It's kind of like a kind of a fateful encounter as well. Because what if Rudy didn't go to the slavery? She could have just died suddenly, and no one would have known about it. Except
I mean, that's one good thing he got her, actually, because now she's taken way better care of. So I really like to see that. She looks to have a much better life here, and yeah.
Just to see her like smiling and laughing and some of the things we already saw, like that's like
enough for me.
Yeah, literally, because she's gonna have a way better life, which is and from what Rudy said, like even Zenoba's taking really good care of her, which I guess makes sense because it has to do with like the figure making, like of course. But I think even in general, Zenoba would probably take good care of her.
Yeah.
But Rudy as well. Like Rudy even said it. Too. Rudy's like, this is not like she's not a slave in my eyes, or like we're not treating her like this. Like she's my apprentice. She's like one of their own, essentially, which I really like. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's just another case of like, it's kind of like overreaction or whatever you want to say from a lot.
The thing it's
like one thing, and then people continually like throw more shit on top of huge dumpster fire, which by that point a lot of things probably have been like taken out of context, like the author's words are taken out of context, and
okay, so regarding the author, so apparently the author also later said just like, oh, did I actually make an apology? Because in Japan, they tell me that's not actually an apology. That's just me clarifying shit. I'm just like, wow. It's so base. I'm just like, yeah, I didn't apologize. I'm just explaining shit. And you'd have to think how fuming the haters are. And they're going to try to stay it. But it's just like, oh, it's no use. The author knows what they're doing. They didn't backtrack. Some people even claim she's backtracking, but he didn't. And that statement he made just kind of confirmed it. He also kind of just warned the staff. He said something about telling the staff like, okay, we're gonna have. I think it was like, oh, we probably gonna have some inflammatory stories, so prepare because he knows the shit. He knows the shit with social media. That's why he kind of stated it that way. So yeah, this is great. As controversial as it can be, it's this series has been great.
I mean, I've been enjoying this season so far for sure. Like especially like the university stuff we're getting into. Like I like the stuff initially. Like especially I sold at a real bro. I actually really like sold at. But like I guess more so a lot of the discussion would be around like the university stuff, which I just have like this gut feeling. I know we're a couple episodes in already, but like I just have a gut feeling that I'm really going to enjoy this. And I think we're going to see a lot of growth and development with Rudy. And I think Sophie's going to be a big part to play in that. But I'm also curious, just not even with Sophie playing a part in that, but Sophie is, I guess, kind of character in itself, like her. To see what happens with her as we kind of go along.
I do hope that the anime could do more of Sophie's point of view, because the last one where it starts out with Sophie's point of view, it's nice to see Rudius, but it's kind of also nice to get other characters' point of view, which fleshes the story out more. We had that, remember in season 1, we had that part where it was almost totally focusing on Roxy, and that was one of the better episodes from that cour, minus the Paul and, the Turning Point 2 episode, in my opinion. So yeah, more of that would be really nice, if anything.
Yeah, I don't really have anything else to add. I just also think this is one of the better isekais I've ever watched. As I said, it's understandable.
I haven't been enjoying it as much as season 1 because the first episodes were kind of rough for me as a reader, but it seems a little better pace now. I mean, yeah, there is still kind of some content in it inevitably. I mean, that's what you kind of get with light novels. It's not as easy as you get, trying to do a manga adaptation, of course. I mean, I know we've kind of said this before a lot of times, but it is what it is. And Mushoku Tensei is one of those where the context, the novel context is really important, but they can only fit in so much. But I think they're doing a pretty good job so far.
Yeah, I do agree. Though some of the one episode in particular, I forget what episode it was. It was episode 2 or 3, I want to say, of the season, was like pretty like noticeably compared to the others. It was
episode 2, I think it was.
Yeah,
that one was rushed.
Yeah, and like even production wise, it was pretty kind of rough around the edges.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It was. Gladly, it is getting back on track, so I'm happy about that.
All right.
Any final thoughts on Mushoku Tensei? Are we ready to move on?
I don't think Madler has spoken about this anime yet.
I don't think he wants to say much about it, but yeah, I think we can move on.
When did I say I don't want to have much to talk about it?
Never mind. Like, you did kind of, put the mic on mute as before, so I didn't know if you wanted to say.
I'm currently talking with a Japan club right now, so.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, Mushoku Tensei. It is what it is, I guess. I mean, it's one of the better shows this season that I enjoy. I don't understand why people are complaining about some of the cutscene. I mean, of course, light novel that like I've been telling a lot of people that a lot of the time, light novel adaptation tend to be the worst form of adapting into an anime form. So I can understand why some people weren't too happy with the first 3 episodes, but I don't really. I just want to understand. Rudy got depression. He got depression even more, but then now he entered the university life. I didn't really give much thought to the first 3 episodes, especially with the relationship with Sarah, which was more like forced, to be honest. Like I cannot. I mean, it's funny to see how Sarah, just fall in love. I mean, of course, Rudy saved her, of course, but just fall in love with Rudy. But Rudy nearly broke her heart, and then everything went to hell. So I wish we can dive more into Sarah POV from that, because I've been told it got cut out a lot from the light novel. But yeah. So
I was kind of upset that
I would be mind blown. Like, I'm assuming we see her again at some point. Like, I would be actually mind blown if we don't, because like,
I mean, we have to see her again.
Yeah, like there's no way that
things
are
supposed to move on from Sarah. This is not how Rudy's supposed to move on from Sarah, man.
Right, just for things to leave off like that, like there's no way it just stays.
That's what frustrated me. Are they just gonna leave it off like that? Is she gonna hate him?
No, there's no way.
And also,
if I'm not wrong, I think I've been told on Twitter that she actually felt sorry for Rudy for that moment, so she wanted to come back to him, but she left. So before she said,
I think that moment where she told what did she say to him? She, like, when she left the room after that happened, she said like disgusting. Yeah, that's what she said. Like, which is like, we see that a lot in anime. It's like one of the like worst things you can say, right? It seems like. But I think she actually, like, she was probably in her own head about it as well, like maybe thinking, okay, she wasn't good enough for him as well, which I feel like I don't really see a lot of people bring that up, because that's actually a thing. Like, some girls some girls in that situation will feel like, oh, because this guy couldn't get it up or whatever, that they feel like they weren't enough. So I feel like there's some on both sides. I don't think it's actually just Sarah.
If Rudy did not have his so-called PTSD, then he would able to have that erectile functioning properly, and he would able to do it. But no, his PTSD got the better of him. It's not that he hates Sarah. It's just that his body said nope. Not happening.
That's kind of like what he was thinking too. That it's
I
not
think it's
her
both
fault,
of
but
them.
he didn't say it to her.
It's a conflicting biology of a boy's body. So that's the best I can say for Rudy right now. But I don't want to talk about fucking Sarah anymore, because I don't really like her. But yeah, university life arc. To be honest, the moment that when Rudy met Sylvie saw Rudy, I can already look at her face. I do without even reading the light novel dialogue in her head a monologue or something like that. I can already tell you guys that Sylvie's already like, oh my god, it's Rudy, he's back, and stuff like that. All those romantic stuff she said in her head. So I think I said this in my video that the university arc secretly is a love story. To be honest, though, it's secretly a love story between Rudy and Sylvie. Like how Sylvie will be the one to save Rudy from, his depression. I mean, the opening itself already gave us a good example of that, like how the bird represent the.
Oh, it's very Sophie. It's very Sophie heavy.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's definitely, you can definitely tell that Sylvie will be the one to break Rudy out of his so-called PTSD. So yeah, I mean, of course, seeing how those two get along, because Sylvie haven't seen Rudy for 10 years. Apparently, I can't believe that time jump was incredible.
I don't think they actually gave each other a goodbye either, because his dad just threw him on the wagon and back on his way to Ares. So they actually never said goodbye.
I mean, she never got the better goodbye, because Rudy just got taken away to Ares. So this is why I would love to see. To be honest, like what you said earlier, I prefer to see more Sylvie POV. Like from the moment that she found out Rudy left the town to the moment that she Rudy again. Like I don't mind we have like another OVA just for Sylvie POV from her time. I mean, we already saw one for her time with the princess, but I want to see from the moment that she found out
Even
Rudy
before
gone,
that.
and then her time during the village where she developed personally as a character mentally, and then to the point where she met Rudy again, and then everything blooms from there. But I don't think Mushoku Tensei will go that far with the adaptation. But who knows? Maybe
nice to see.
That would be nice to see. But for now, I just want to see. Just because this university life thing. I guess like the fact that Sylvie was about to reveal herself to Rudy last episode. I was like, wow, that's that time already. But no, it seems like she's holding it back. But if I had to take an educational guess, which I love doing in my video, I have a feeling that she will reveal her identity to Rudy, but at the last episode of this part 1.
Something like that. It's gonna be
drag it out
for a while, and it's gonna be closed.
It will be a cliffhanger ending to part 1. I can guarantee that they will end the season with where Sylvie reveal herself to Rudy and stuff like that. So, and then leave it out like that, get people excited for part 2, which will be fucking next spring. So, but
that would be frustrating.
So if I had to take a guess, she will reveal herself to Rudy, but won't be into the last episode. So for now, we're just going to see some wholesome university life where Rudy goes about to torture beast girls, which, I mean, okay, I do admit here, I had some conflicting thoughts over that last episode. I think like when I was reviewing the episode, I tried my best not to go too hard on it, because I know Rudy is teaching the girls a lesson not to mess with him and his friend. If they were to bully him again and his friend, he will do what he did to them last episode, which he already did too much of, which he tied them up, grew up one of the girls and make them pee their pants off and even starve him to death. That is like, I was like, Rudy, you could just at least just teach them some lesson by not doing all those stuff, but hey, Rudy had to do something to give them the scare. So now they see Rudy as a boss man because of apparently according to the tradition of beastmen, whoever dominates them, they have to obey them. So now
that's kind of.
I think it's also the Ghislaine thing too.
Yeah, the Ghislaine thing or whatever. But Rudy now has a harem of beast girls, and
I wouldn't say harem. It was more like they just fuck. It's like, hey, boss, what's up, boss? Like they just be saying.
We'll see, but that's kind of what I was saying.
But then when I go back to the ending theme, I have a feeling I have a feeling when those two girls hang around with Rudy more. I just know because I watched too much harem animes. I feel like Sylvie will Sylvie will get jealous. I can tell Sylvie will eventually get jealous seeing Rudy hanging out with those two girls more. And you can see from the ending that Sylvie from afar look at Rudy having a fun time with his new friends and stuff. So she will eventually reach her limit, because she already started drawing Rudy in her class notebook. She already started dreaming about it. She already started blushing about it. She will snap soon. She will snap. She will.
I wouldn't say snap, but.
No, when I say snap, snap as in like take action, like start take action more. Okay. So yeah, that's why I'm just patiently waiting. But today's episode, this Sunday's episode, Fiance of Despair. So that I saw the preview for the next episode. Seems like we're gonna get another love story to add it to the story too. Yeah, I gotta say, like I said, the university arc is secretly a love story. I can easily play Taylor Swift enchanted song behind while watching every episode. So yeah, look, I mean, you guys pretty much talk about all the controversy. I don't really care much about the controversy. I just enjoy hearing people talk about it. So yeah, I mean, just Mushoku Tensei is what it is. You hate it or you love it. I just enjoy it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Are we ready to move on?
Yes.
All right.
Zombie.
Next anime on the list is Zom 100 Bucket List of the Dead. Man,
smack with a bunch of delay. Smack with a bunch of
Zom
delays.
100 Bucket of Delay.
It's second G-Stan all over again.
Oh my god, it's the bucket list of delay, the hype rune.
Bucket list
To
of
be honest,
delay.
Bucket list of delay.
like seriously, like the hype for it is already gone. To be honest, like after the first delay,
yeah, it still looks good. It still looks visually good. Like there hasn't been a particularly visually bad episode at all, in my opinion. It like yeah, there is some like maybe some of the backgrounds may be off, but everything looks good. But after that fantastic fun premiere, and I'm not saying that it's bad all of a sudden it's bad and all. I mean, the last episode was at least pretty cool for what it is. But damn, the delays are just kind of killer. Like now, if you watch it now, if you're kind of just now, if you later on when you binge about it, you won't have this sort of feeling, of course. But it kind of gets into, but it is kind of a pain in the ass to have it drag. I mean, if it does
they said
help
episode 9 and 10 might be delayed too, or something like that, or they haven't determined the broadcast.
9, 10, 11, 12 will be indefinite. So
lovely.
Oh boy.
Yeah, what can you do?
At least if the show the episodes themselves can be high quality, unlike the second OG one where they just kind of look average. I'll be fine with it. I mean, apparently the studio isn't that even with the coincide with Shaft, it's not that big, so they don't have a lot to work with within a short amount.
It's a brand new studio with some bad management, so that's all I can
say. I wouldn't say necessarily bad management. It's just that it's a lot to handle.
Right.
It's like probably
if they're new, probably in the future maybe they're gonna know how to deal with this. They're not gonna be delayed.
Well, yeah, that's what you'd hope, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, if they wanted to have this much delays, why did they decide to release it in the summer season? That's what's baffling.
I mean, because it's summer. It's a perfect anime for summer, basically.
No, not really. It's a perfect anime for a fall season. If I have to be honest with you guys.
No. You don't.
I would say it does fit summer.
Why would you think Chizuru is always in those tracks? Is always in that fucking those tracks? Is in like a tracksuit with also some track sweaters and like always wearing.
You're referring to that? Oh my god!
How is it not a summer anime? Then, if that was the case.
Okay, let's just not talk much about the delay.
How come the show is always like butt naked?
Come on, man.
How is that not summer because of that?
The delay is what it is.
We see that in Fallen Winter. I'm like, yo, that's so awkward. Cause we ain't feeling it because we want to all keep our clothes together. I mean, unless if fall becomes hot somehow. But yeah.
On 100. I mean, the delay. I kind of like the delay, to be honest. I have a free schedule on a Sunday, so I don't have much complaint to it. But yeah, I mean, to be honest though, let's just talk about the anime. So let's just not talk much more about the delay. The anime. Well, I mean, it's a fresh take to a zombie. Well, sort of like theme, like where a protagonist is like literally just enjoying life after work, like literally, like he just just go about to like complete his bucket list while trying to survive, not getting bitten by a zombie. So when I was like watching his bucket list, I was like, oh wow, you're willing to do all that under this certain condition. Sure, why not? I mean, obviously, we won't go into the more dramatic side where they're trying to figure out like how this whole zombie virus started. I mean, to be honest, in every zombie movie, there is no source to it. So I won't be surprised if they would never find a source to the reason to why everyone turned to zombies. So, yeah, it's just a very wacky episodic episode where we get to see how Akira and his gang to deal with some zombie stuff. The zombie shark one was very shonen like episode. Not gonna lie,
was crazy.
It was a crazy episode.
It was secretly a My Hero Academia episode that they didn't decide not to air. Probably the vigilante.
But what's even more funnier is that when I saw the live action adaptation.
Oh my god!
Yes, guys, there's a live action.
I heard about that. Oh dear.
Oh my god, the shark CGI looks so bad. so
okay.
I didn't
Good thing I didn't bother seeing that shit.
I didn't watch it. It was, to be honest, though, people were comparing on TikTok. It was so funny to see, but yeah.
At least you don't. At least is it as bad as the one from the anime Gyo? There's the shark in there.
I don't know. I don't really care about that live action. So
no,
I remember Gyo.
Yeah.
Gyo. Yeah. It's that shit my phone table somehow.
Oh, I just by the way, funny enough, one of the people that commented my video told me to watch Gyo, and I watched it like last week. Damn, it sucks.
Oh no! Oh, don't. Yeah, that's a general consent. Yeah, it's absolutely ass. That's literally what it is. It's just I don't even know what the fuck it was doing. The manga wasn't even good either. Trust me, it wasn't.
I even go about to check out the manga. It's worse. Apparently, it's Junji Ito's work.
Yeah,
Junji Ito's work. I was like, okay.
Oh god. I hate that this guy has fans with that. Like I understand the appeal of such stuff, but it's just
you don't like Junji Ito?
It's just so overdone. I feel like that shit's so overdone to where it's just like what's the productive value other than just making your shit uncomfortable? What else do you take away from it other than that? It's just that's not my thing.
I mean, to be honest, people even call him the father of horror anime. So I was like, what? Okay,
interesting.
Whoa.
What interesting? But anyways, going back to Zom 100. Yeah, very episodic. Well, there is one episode that was quite interestingly sad. Not gonna lie. I got
that one
emotional at the end because how they share their thoughts for each other. I know Anipov and Kawaii have a hot take on it, and I'm gonna destroy them when it comes to it. But,
we gotta talk about that.
But yeah, let's just say when Akira had his moment with the girl, I really feel like those two can get something going on between those two. But of course, your typical zombie apocalypse genre, the people that you get close to will die or turn to zombies. So
the thing that made me feel for that scene was because it goes back to the character struggles that Akira himself is going through.
Exactly.
He's been living on a borrowed dream. I recently watched Rainbow Starlight and a show called Rainbow Starlight where I rewatched it.
Oh yeah,
and it's already like one of my it's like one top favorite. The movie was fucking amazing, but there was a case of where the main character Karen, apparently she just realized it occurred to her that all this time her aspirations was borrowed because she had to share it with Karen, and so she's kind of just left. It's kind of just left like that's why she's kind of at a loss, and of course like. The thing is, it just kind of step forward and gain a new one. I got reminded of that. That occurred to me because like during that episode, he's trying to remember. Like he does remember what it was later on in the next episode. But it was a nice thing, like you don't regret it. You don't regret anything because like even through the hardships you're going through, Yuki, that girl, even though she got a lot of shit for what she was doing as a flight attendant from something, but it's just like she doesn't regret being a flight attendant because of what she experienced back then as a child. Because when she was on a plane, she was not enjoying the flight at all. She was getting sick, and someone on the flight attendant pat her on the back, try to comfort her and all. That made her happy. That made because of that, she wants to help. She decides that, oh, I want to help her like that flight attendant, help people like that flight attendant help me in a way. And so it was a really nice way to put things, and it also gave the Akira goes back to Akira is just like, if I had this, it would be all the more worthwhile if it was something that you've wanted to do as a child, ever since you were a kid. With Kensho's childhood dream, he wanted to be a stand-up comedian or comic, whatever you want to call it, because of because the experiences with watching it, of course. So it was a really nice way to put, because like Akira still was never able to find that was never able to at the time wasn't able to achieve that, wasn't able to find that dream, or was able to realize that childhood dream. And it's like, oh, that is really nice, huh? And so it was sad because it was a nice sort of way to kind of glue it together. And of course it became also sad that Yuki, as predictable as it is, she dies later on, become getting bit by a zombie. And then at least even if Yuki's story kind of ends there, at least Akira's story can continue. Like at least he has a chance to find a job he loves, something like that, or something he loves, or some hobby, or what aspiration, goal, or whatever, what he loves and all. So yeah, that's why I feel like it resonated. I know it may not resonate for others, but I still think there's a nice message to it, even then. Like even if you're not emotionally invested in that part, there is something at least good to take away from that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I just find that scene very cute between those two, and sharing thoughts over the work life and how it affects them and how they can overcome it together. But in the end, though, it's all been ruined because of just one zombie scene. So seriously, man. Oh well, never
not
mind.
before Kensho got some cheeks. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, my boy got it.
I mean, I would love it if those two went into it for a bit longer, but oh well. What can we do? They're saving it for another girl. So yeah, I mean, other than that, zombie shark and them delay happened. So it is what it is, I guess.
What can you do?
So okay, and both kawaii, go for it.
I can start. First episode was really powerful. I think really loved that one. Great animation. I started laughing too when he pushed his boss out the window after he became a zombie. I thought that part was very funny. After that, I mean, I still kind of enjoy most episodes, although I think, just as mentioned before, it's becoming a bit episodic. But at least there is a goal to this show, and that is to see him do his stuff like he says in the book before he becomes a zombie. So it's already hinting there, okay, he's probably gonna become a zombie eventually. I do wonder if we're gonna see that in this show. Maybe maybe he's gonna fulfill his bucket list, and then the zombie thing happens. Kind of like, I kind of see like a similarity to the movie District 9, maybe. How
District 9? Oh,
you haven't watched the movie?
I don't. I've heard of it. I might have watched it, but
because it I kind of have spoiler alert, but the guy turns into an alien, at the end. So I'm kind of seeing similarities here. Maybe we're gonna see something like that. That he's a zombie once he completed his bucket list or something like that. About the episode that you guys think is emotional, I don't agree. You guys know that, and there are different reasons for that. Number one, she got like 10 or 15 minutes only. I don't think they really got that good connection, to be honest. I would be more interested if she was a love interest to him, but she wasn't because she had a boyfriend. So I felt like, I couldn't feel very emotional to her being bitten and dying, because I felt like I barely got to know her at all. So when she turned into zombie, I was like, didn't really care. Also, when she also mentions her boyfriend, like, oh, I'm sure he's alive, and I'm like, no, he's a zombie probably. So yeah, I felt for me that was actually one of the weaker episodes, to be honest. But luckily,
Wow.
Luckily, yeah.
Wow. Wow. The audacity.
Yeah.
It was one of the stronger episodes aside from the premiere for me.
Yeah, I know you guys.
The episode is the best friend episode. Okay.
That was the one when
3?
he met his friend. But no, I actually think that was all right, because then we got introduced to one of the characters. So I thought that was a good thing, actually. I liked that episode. I did like, though, how they saved it with the latest episode, though, with the shark thing, and because that was a really good episode too. Now I'm curious to see, though, because I think he's gonna go to the countryside or something like that to see if his parents are alive or something like that. Now I have two. There are two things that could happen here. Either they are alive, because it's in the countryside, right? So there's not too many people living there. So I think the risk of zombies being there is less. So that could be a reason they're still alive, or they have been affected, and you're gonna see that. We're gonna see how his reactions are. So those are the two things that could happen. But we shall see. But overall, I still enjoyed the show. It's still one of my favorites this season. So yeah.
I see.
Yeah, for me, Zom 100, it's popular opinion. I do think it's a really great show. I was initially surprised that this is by a new studio, because the animation and the action sequences are really good. They're really well done. So yeah, I thought, like, if you never told me like the name of the studio, I would assume this was like one from like one of the bigger studios, one of the titans of the animation industry, like, Bones or Mappa or something like that. But no, this is from a new studio. So yeah, that's definitely surprising. Also, just like in general, like the visuals, like just how colorful it is. I like how like the blood and stuff, like it's not just red. You get blues, you get yellows, you got greens, you got purples. So I think that's a really good artistic choice. I like the characters. Akira, I really enjoy him as a protagonist. Kensho, best bro. Shizuku, I love her. I think she's really cute, and I can't wait to see more of her. I know for a fact, like, despite what she said in the latest episode, that's not going to be the last we see her. Of course not. She's going to appear. She has to appear at some point down the line again. I don't want to go ahead and say that she's best girl, because I know we still have that blonde archer lady that we haven't truly met yet. So
I think it's gonna be the best girl for him, though, probably.
Really? Oh yeah, maybe. So yeah, I'm still waiting to get introduced to that blonde archer lady. I want to talk about episode 4 with that scene with Yuki. That was her name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now I want to clarify something. I'm not saying that was a bad scene. I'm not blaming people for thinking that scene is sad, and I'm not blaming people for thinking that scene for getting emotional over that scene. It's just that for me, there are just some things that I can get emotional over, and some things where I just don't. This is the latter. Now, I understand why people will get emotional, but for me, it didn't do anything personal for me. And it's not really simply because that Yuki didn't have a lot of screen time. Like, I can get emotional over characters who don't get a lot of screen time. For example, Episode 8, A Heavenly Delusion with Dr. Usami. Like, he only got like 1, maybe 2 episodes of screen time. However, when that's the scene in episode 8, when Hoshio got euthanized and Dr. Usami started to first grieve over her death, that really got to me. So, yeah, from what
I thought it was a good. I thought that was an okay scene. I didn't get that scene in particular. I can kind of get what you're saying because I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't get too emotional with that. I didn't get emotional that much with that Heavenly Delusion episode.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so sure, but I did feel bad for one of the main characters because he had to put it down and say, oh my powers are only to just kill people and all that. That's where I felt bad. I didn't feel anything else.
I think there is a point, there could be characters that have less screen time, but it could still be emotional. For me, it was like, okay, this girl only got like 10 minutes. That wasn't enough for me. But if you got only like a whole episode, that is fine because there are cases where you can get emotional from that. For example, episode 10 of Violet Evergarden, for example, that was just one episode, but that was one of the best dramatic episodes I watched. So, and also what you mentioned with Tengoku, like it's still like 1 or 2 episodes, so at least we got to know the character a little bit more.
Yeah, but I didn't really care because we kind of already knew them in the past as those other 2 characters, but of course they were younger. So
I guess for people it wasn't about
the moment to try to get attached just wasn't there for me at all, honestly.
I guess
like it's not like I didn't feel bad, but
like what people felt, or like I guess what some of you guys are saying, it's not necessarily about like them parting or like her dying. It's more so like the topic of like their dream jobs or like pursuing that that more so like and how it relates to Akira's, how it more so like hit, I guess. Which I like the scene as well. I will say I didn't really care. Like if I'm talking about this Yuki girl just as a character, I would agree with Anipode. Like I don't really care about her character. I'll be honest. Like I wasn't really attached. But the topic that they were discussing, like and how it relates to the main character, that's what I liked about it. So I would say that.
Yeah, that was the main.
But like things like that, like her dying to a zombie out of nowhere before they could say the final words or whatever, like that was just kind of we probably most of us saw that coming, like we're probably going to see more of that. Like there's probably more of that to come. I would not even be surprised. I mean, we've already saw it even beforehand too. For me with this show, I feel like the first episode by far is still like my favorite. I think maybe some of us would be, or if not all of us would be, probably on agreement on that. Like, I feel like the first.
I understand why it's the best episode because not only the fact that it kind of reflects on working life in Japan. I mean, of course, not sure about the Western world, but Japan working life is toxic, very bad over time to the very end, and it just gets the better of people. And I can understand why he's so happy that he don't have to go to work anymore because of those stress he's been developing. I mean, the fact. A person in life is stressed if the room is messy like that. If you see a room messy like that, their life is stressed. And I gotta say, man, I feel Akira pain because I'm lucky. I'm actually kind of lucky because I currently living in Australia right now, where the working hours is not as painful as Japan's one. So, and I'm not sure about America and Sweden, but let's just say, like, just seeing Akira go through all that, just overworking, being abused by his bosses. It's just like, wow. Now the whole zombie apocalypse thing makes it more fun and relieving in some ways. So yeah, memory. Sorry I cut you off like that.
No. Yeah, I was just saying, like, the first episode still by far is my favorite. I still have been enjoying the show after that, but I guess it's just been a consistent, like, enjoyable experience for me. Like I can't really, there's nothing I really dislike. But I guess following the first episode, I guess I haven't been like super crazy about it, but I'm still tuning in for every episode and enjoying myself. I've found for the most part. So So yeah, that would be what I would say about it.
Yeah, and then to close off my final thoughts on the series. One thing I do kind of want to see more of from this series is Akira and the main characters actively fighting more zombies. I mean, because yeah, we saw the whole scene with him and the giant zombie shark, but other than that, we haven't really. I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of zombie bloodshed. Because I mean,
Kawaii, that's not the point of the story. The point is him completing his bucket list. Okay, if finding zombies in his bucket list, then let him do it.
I mean,
yeah, but I
agree.
I know, but it's just like, you know,
maybe there's things in his bucket list. Maybe there's things on the bucket list like further down where like he has to kill zombies to accomplish it or something.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm kind of curious though, like if there anything in the bucket list that involves, you know, him going for the SCX. So
I mean, that has to be. We know that boy didn't get laid at any point in his life, so
it might be in there.
I think his friend was pointing at the zombie girls like, you got a lot to choose here.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Oh, wow.
I think there was in an episode where he was pointing like, oh, there's a lot of pointing at zombie girls, yeah. I don't have anything else to say about this show, actually.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just like, I mean, I feel like just zombie slaughter, that's just like something that comes standard with zombie apocalypse type shows. But you know, but yeah, I mean, it just really depends on the situation. Also, yeah, I mean, it does get a bit episodic, but yeah, I'm hoping there is some type of like overarching arc, at least some point down the line. But yeah, other than that, overall, Zombie 100, it's overall really fun show. I've seen a lot of interesting comparisons to High School of the Dead. So, yeah. From what little I've seen of High School of the Dead, I can kind of understand.
Oh my god! To be honest, though, as a kind of coach myself, I miss High School of the Dead. I didn't need a season 2, but the author is dead, by the way. The author for the manga is dead.
Yeah,
so
rest in peace.
So
that definitely sucks.
There's no chance. There's no chance we're gonna get any more of that.
And the girls in that anime, holy moly!
Yeah. Bro, I remember like one of the first, I think like one of the first like Weebs Roundtable podcasts. We were talking, like Ron was here, and we were talking about like the scene in High School of the Dead where the cycles,
the boob physics.
Yeah, the boob physics and the bullet moving through
That's the classic one.
Oh my god, those were great times. Yeah.
Good old days, man. Good old days.
Good old days.
But it's just sad that they left off in a very unfortunate way. But what can we do? I was actually planning to jump into the manga until I heard the news. So what it is, man. Yeah. So anyways, what's the next one?
Oh yeah, are we ready to move on to our next anime?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, next anime on the list is Horimiya Piece. Probably one of the best comedies.
I'm not gonna talk about this one.
I'm going to, but it's not gonna be positive.
Yeah.
Oh, you know where
on your ass.
This is on. I'm just gonna just say this right now. This is the bottom of the cookie jar at this point for me. Like, it's just like, what?
Bottom of my ass.
I have to scrape through with that. Never mind. Like,
I mean, I just don't like the comedy in this. For example, in episode 1, Miyamura is on his period. And I'm like, that's not even funny. That's just stupid.
That is hilarious.
And that is why I rant so much about the show, because of the so-called comedy. I don't like it. I just feel when I watch it. And honestly, the last 2 episodes, I think I'm watching, but I'm not even watching. I'm like just clicking the play button, and I'm just playing with my phone because I don't really care anymore. So yeah.
I mean, yeah, you go ahead.
The only thing that I like, though, that's saving it a bit, is Remy. That much I can say.
Oh, I like Remy. I like Remy a lot. She's adorable.
Yeah, she's great.
I don't know. I don't know. This might be unpopular, but I honestly think I enjoy this more than the main series.
Oh, well, actually, you know what? I can understand that, because it's definitely like more focused on the comedy and all that.
Because like
which I don't like.
The main series, like the first season, I was just kind of meh about. Like it's just kind of like whatever for me, honestly. But I don't know. I don't know what it is. I now I'm not saying I like this drastically more than the first season, but I would say I do like it more. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. Honestly, like
It's
I
just
got
more
you.
like they're not trying. It doesn't feel like the whole rush job that Horimiya that the main series did. I'm pretty sure that might be the case here, so you don't have to worry about that, I guess. But I mean, for me, it's not. It's just not enough. For
me the original was meh. This one is just so
whatever,
yeah.
it's just there. It just exists. Like if you like Horimiya, cool. If this is a nice addition, but if you don't like Horimiya, it's whatever. It's just kind of there. Like a lot of people are. I won't blame anyone saying it. It feels unnecessary. Like it's just like why is it there? And like
where do I begin with this? So
what?
okay, first things first. Horimiya Piece is here to compensate for crying manga fans. That's all I can say right now.
Yeah. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's just if Horimiya Piece is just here because I remember the outcry at the final episode 2 years ago where they jumped right into the graduation after whole first 5 episodes was peak romance where Hori and Miyamura, finally showed the feelings for each other, and they had they went for the SEX, but also after that, what the fuck was that pacing? So yeah,
that's what I didn't like. That's what I didn't like about it. It just rushed and dropped into it.
I think they skipped like 30 chapter every episode just to get to the final chapter. I was like,
Jesus.
What the hell?
Let me see. How many chapters was that?
I remember when I went on Twitter 2 years ago, there were outcry from manga fans saying, "Why they cut this? Where's the sports day festival and stuff like that?" Which happened, of course.
I see that.
So it was
152 chapters, and like I'm not counting what missing pieces are going to try to put in. Yeah,
they're gonna put in the best chapters, the chapters that people were crying for.
The thing is that those chapters don't mean enough, like without the stuff in between, which is very little of.
The pacing of it felt very off. Like they just skipped. They just went from the main series to a side story. So I'm just
gonna be honest with you right now. The manga itself isn't that good either. I'm just gonna be frank here. It's not that. It feels like a lot of places where it kind of just stands still. Like okay, for like the first couple, I think maybe 40, 50 chapters were really good, and then it just kind of goes with the motions. Doesn't feel like things are moving, and the anime just makes it even worse. So yeah, there's that's not a good sign. And the whole the shitty thing with Cloverworks at that time, juggling that Neverland season 2 fiction the season 2 that is really isn't season 2 is just a fucking fanfic.
They came at the same time actually, so I guess it was some kind of struggle probably with Cloverworks during that time.
Yeah, it was just very unfortunate.
It was a dark time.
Just very poor planning.
So yeah, going back to Horimiya, I mean, there's nothing really much to say other than the fact it's very wholesome, very fun. Get to see the stuff that was missing from the pieces that were missing from the season 1, which I don't even think we would call season 1 this point anymore. So it was just very wholesome, very fun. I enjoy some of the moments between each character. I can understand with a grain of salt why Anipop did not like some of the episodes, but to be honest though, like I've been telling him this for the past month. If you don't like it, why are you still watching it? So if you're just here to watch the anime just to make fun of it, then there'll be a backlash from me, from some people. So if you're willing to go that far,
It's
be my
just
guest.
there. It's just there. It's just like I
mean,
I don't
the
feel
best
much
you
from
can
it.
do-
I have anything to
best you
say about the claim part.
to
It's
be
just
honest,
there.
I know you watch every anime this season, okay? So I have no comment on over that. It's just that like, so you like, if you I can see why people are like, just not like this anime. So I will agree to that, but I will not agree to. I'm not directing this to you, Rio. I'm just talking. I'm looking at a certain person here. If you don't like the anime, and why are you still watching it? Why are you still here bantering it? And so if you're just gonna keep this up, it's gonna be a huge problem for yourself, for me, and for my mentality. So just a quick heads up: if you dare to speak another word on Horimiya Piece again, negatively. So
I cannot promise it won't happen, but it
I'm just
hasn't
saying it right
happened
now.
in the last 2 episodes, though. Actually,
Then good. Keep it that way. I don't care if you're watching. I don't care if you're watching it, but I do care if you start keep on bantering it just to make fun of it. So just so if you don't want toxicity, zip your mouth and just move on.
Oh.
So
Jeez.
yeah, all I can say is that this should be my final message for Horimiya Piece. The Japan club is pestering me to go on a meeting now, so I'll be gone for Bleach. So Rio, just take it away for Bleach. But if you guys are gonna get into my happy marriage, just be patient for me because I have a lot to say on that too. So
Yeah, of course. Of course.
I'll be back in 30 minutes. See you guys.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right.
All right, go ahead, Anypode. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
Oh yeah, you got some. You got some stuff to go. Want to say to Mad Lad while he's away?
Nah, it's like I say pretty much if I like something or if I dislike something. Like the reason I rant so much is because it's more of a hyped show. So
But
that's just me commenting. I have praised the Remy episode 2 actually on Twitter, so it's not like I've only been ranting about this show. But I guess sometimes I'm too honest. Luckily, it hasn't backlashed on me so far. But yeah, just I'm a reviewer. I say what I think.
yeah, I mean,
There's nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't really take what Madlad's saying too seriously.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it as harshly as Mad Lad, but I do understand where he's coming
the thing
from.
is,
It's like
the thing is, I would have said something more messed up, but it's just like the army is just whatever at this point. It's just like, why is it still here? Move on from it. All right.
I mean, like I said, I wouldn't put it as harshly as Mad Lad, but you have to understand where he's coming from. Because you said, you said yourself that you didn't enjoy the first season. Now, I know you said that it's because of the hype, but it's like, okay, hype shouldn't matter. Like, if you don't like something, you shouldn't, if you're not too crazy about something, then obviously you're not going to like this next installment in the series, So, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, don't be like
it's most of the things I do drop. Actually, I don't know why I haven't dropped this, but yeah.
But
it's
yeah,
the way
He's holding out a lot of hope.
He's on that copium. He's on that high-grade Swedish copium.
That was like Hell's Paradise for me. Like I probably should have dropped it. Like
that's why I sometimes admire Ryu. Like, how do you keep up with all this anime that you don't enjoy?
Oh, dude, I would lose my mind.
I do drop
would lose my
every now and
mind.
I dropped that anime. I think it was from last season because it was like there's no reason for me. It was just so.
We're gonna get to that one later, though, because
so
I think it's part of this season.
No. I don't. Not the in this season. The episode Kaisen no I one, which is apparently getting a second season.
Oh, Keys and I.
Oh, I think I only watched
Kizuna
first epised.
Yeah, I actually dropped.
Not that one.
Yeah, I dropped that one.
Oh.
Fucking boring as hell.
We're not talking about Genovai now. We're talking about one from last episode called like Kisuna Ai.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
For me,
anyway.
I was gonna say just like I enjoyed season 1 enough. Like I know I said it's just kind of like whatever for me, but I still enjoyed like certain parts of it enough to where I'm obviously watching this, and I have enjoyed. Like I like the sports day stuff. I personally like that. Honestly, that episode, I think that was like episode 3. I want to say. I like the Remy and Sengoku stuff. That was pretty cute to me. So, well, we're 6, 7 episodes in, something like that.
I think it's like 8 actually.
Are we at 8? I probably
so.
didn't watch 8 then. But yeah, I don't know. I've still enjoyed parts of this side story. I still overall I'm not super crazy about the series. Like there's definitely, it's just kind of in the middle for me. Like there's definitely worse rom-coms, there's better ones. I do like how this one does try though to like kind of spread out the focus on a lot of the other characters. I do appreciate that about it. It tries to give love to the different couples in the series, so I do like that part of it. Yeah, that's kind of what I would say about it. Okay. Honestly, like I like the first season enough to watch this.
And for me, I gotta be honest, I completely understand why Memory would think that this might be better, why he might like it better than season 1, because I think for me season 1, I think it was just kind of meh for me. Like there was some great moments, but it wasn't really something that I was too crazy about. This Horimiya Piece, on the other hand, I really enjoyed this, mainly because I feel like while season 1 was more rom-com focused, a little bit more rom-com focused, with some comedy here and there, this is kind of like the opposite. It's like, it's more comedy focused with some rom-com development here and there. And I really enjoy the comedy in this series, because like, especially when it comes to Miyamura, and when it comes to just Miyamura hanging out with the other guys, because I think this series just really nails down like the whole like, chilling with the bros type energy they got going on. Like these guys, like, oh my god, they act like complete dorks, like in a lot of these episodes, and I just can't get enough of it.
The sleepover episode.
Yes, exactly. Oh my god, there's so much hilarious shit that they say and do. Like, I think like that's probably one of the most enjoyable things about Horimiya Piece, because like not only does it do the rom-com stuff well, but it does like the whole it does the friendship dynamic between these characters just so incredibly well. And of course, we had to see some, we also got to have some great development for a lot of other characters, like Remy and Sengoku, who is probably, after that one episode, is probably my second favorite couple in this whole series. And we also got a lot, great development for Iora as well. Even Yanagi, which I definitely didn't expect, because I thought he was, I don't even remember this guy's name. Like I didn't, like before that latest episode, I didn't even remember who he was until it was clarified for me. Then I was like, oh yeah, he was the guy who tried to confess to Yoshikawa, but then he got rejected and all that. I did not expect him to play such a pivotal part, or be like such a significant character when it comes to like the main group of characters. So yeah, that was definitely a welcome surprise. And of course, we got to see some great character development for my girl Sakura. So yeah, overall, I just really enjoyed the comedy I just really enjoyed the comedy in this series, in Horimiya Piece. Now, of course, like a lot of comedies, not all the jokes are gonna hit for me, but most of them did, and that's why Horimiya Piece, like, it's also, I would consider this like a really big surprise, because at first when I heard, okay, it's just gonna adapt like the stuff that wasn't adapted into the first season, I was like, I don't know, mommy, if that's all it's gonna be. Because I thought it was gonna be like mostly filler, which Horimiya Piece, I guess it kind of was in a way. It is in a way, but it's really enjoyable filler. I mean, it does kind of fill in some of the stuff that I didn't even know that I needed when I was watching season 1. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have to say about Horimiya Piece. So, any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
We're gonna move on.
All right.
Yeah, probably it for me.
All
That
right.
one.
Next up on the list is Bleach, and I believe
I'm
this
not
is like
watching this, so I will go and make some dinner, and I'm gonna be away for a while.
Oh.
all right. Sounds good.
I don't think Mad Lad's gonna come back. So yeah, Bleach Dungeons Blood War Arc Part 2. So I apparently found out that we get next week. I mean no, next okay. Tomorrow we get episode 21 in total. Next week is apparently gonna be a recap of sorts. Sadly, I think they are trying to not repeat the same mistake that they did with one of part one's episode, where I think it was like what 4 or 5, like I think 4 or 5 minutes of recap. I forgot which episode that was. I think it was episode. It was episode 3 or 4. That's why I think so. Which is that kind of sucks. But then again, like apparently there's a new Naruto anime project that's coming out very soon. So maybe that's kind of the reason why. But yeah, but let's get to this part. I like this part. I like part 2 right now, but I really do. But I kind of say that it's not quite up to par to what I got from part 1, even with part 1's sort of shortcomings, or at least in some of the highs. Like so far, I at least what it's doing right now in terms of like. Well, the pacing the new stuff we get here and there.
It's really like fight of the week or like fight of the episode, like kind of.
Yeah, the fact that they don't drag that shit out. That's why. Because remember, the OG just be dragging that out for like One Piece style, where they're literally a fight will be lasting at least 2 episodes. And so at least I'm glad with that, even if it does turn out it's a fight of the week thing. But it gives more time to actually feel like it's a war where a lot of things are going by quite fast.
At so many different like locations too.
Yeah.
Like spread out.
There are times when you feel like some stuff was too much cutting, which is of course it's going to be inevitable, but from what I've gotten so far, it's been pretty solid. It's been pretty solid. I'm just gonna say that the last 2 episodes were probably my favorite from this cour.
Same.
The Rukia one, and then the Kenpachi
Dude, the Kenpachi episode, man.
That was ridiculous.
He's like one of my favorite characters, so I love the shit out of that.
Like, I've always liked how, and there was that foreshadowing too that I didn't bring up. I wasn't sure, but after thinking back to it and from what I've been told, it makes sense. Yachu is more or less connected to Kenpachi because Yachu is probably, I think, if I heard this correctly, she is part of Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, or maybe more specifically his Bankai. That's what I've been hearing. Because when he was going up to go get at that meteor, and he was saying drink Nozarashi to activate it, we get a slow we suddenly cut back to Yachu, and then that flashback, and it was like, oh wait, it's like, you have a name? She touches the sword, it's like,
and then they cut away from it.
And it's like I don't have it either. And then we see him activate, like, as he cuts through it. I like the part where, as you see it, there was this flashing light. We see him just kind of revert to it where he was like a kid again, when he was the Kenpachi, the one that Unohana.
Oh yeah, the way they animated that was awesome.
Yeah,
like,
I like that.
Frame was him as like a kid.
Like the direct, like, people complain about the animation not being fantastic, crazy or anything, but it's very well storyboarded to where, like, I wouldn't I don't care about it not being not that flashy because it's Bleach is more about the art than the actual movement, in my opinion. So,
Right.
I would rather not have something like Bleach move all a lot like Jujutsu Kaisen does, because that's not what it is. Because that style fits more of Jujutsu Kaisen and Mob Psycho in a way. So Bleach was more about the art. I don't like how it always has this back and forth thing I see on Twitter. It was like they have this different approaches with what they're doing, with different plans and what resources they can get. So yeah, as much sometimes I don't always agree with some aesthetic choices, but for the most part, it's that I've had no major issues. Rugi's Bankai looks so much better in the anime than in the manga. I'm sorry to say
it. That's gorgeous.
That thing was just amazing.
Yeah.
Like I never knew. I didn't think it would be that. I thought it was just going to be just more of just these shades of white and all that. But there was like this nice tinge of where there's some light violet and all that.
Yeah.
And the contrast with the blue and red sort of backgrounds. I'm like, yeah, that was amazing. And then the OST too. Apparently it was an old OST, but we didn't hear all. But that was from that was apparently a version that was unreleased. I think it was like the non-instrumental version of the we don't belong. It was like one of the old Bleach OSTs, but we get another version of it. It was from a songbook. I wasn't aware of it until recently, and when they added in to when they revealed what she looked, that was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. That you couldn't have done that scene any better than that. In my opinion,
was awesome.
So
that was amazing.
And of course,
and then the Kenpachi stuff, dude.
Dude was just like,
I was like, dude, show one fucking sense of struggle. Like everything that this dude was throwing at him, it was like he didn't even struggle. There was no struggle at all.
Because to be fair,
and it makes sense though. But still, in my head, I'm just like, damn, a whole meteor, literally a meteor. And then the vacuum in space? He's like, okay, I'll make you die in a vacuum in space or whatever. And he instantly was through that.
Kenpachi was just he literally just cut through space just to cut that guy. And here's the thing, Grammy was fucking around too. He never got. You have to think, even without I was told. So I actually remember apparently this was a novel, from what I was told, that he was actually put in a place where he was given time to have these sort of imaginative powers. So he's never really had anyone challenging him because it was just people would not be prepared to face him. They was kind of or either give up or just kind of not be able to resist him. But when Kenpachi came along, it's just wait, and he's just getting mentally fucked.
Yeah.
And you think maybe if he was more level-headed, he would have a better chip. He would probably give Kenpachi a lot to handle. But it didn't happen. And then when he tried to imagine being as strong as Kenpachi, yeah, he probably did. But he did not. He underestimated what it would take to contain that sort of power. So the body just kind of split apart. Yep. He just got done in by himself, which it's sad to say this, but it's more like Kenpachi didn't defeat Grammy. Grammy kind of defeated himself.
Yeah,
that's when you see Kenpachi. He was just kind of when Kenpachi was just kind of looking at him. He seemed disappointed. If you know what I'm saying. So you're just you fool. You really just kind of.
Even when he said how he imagined him as a monster, he was calling him a monster and stuff. He was like, "You imagined me as a monster." That also that was another case of him kind of beating himself up.
Yeah, because the body that he had was just not enough. Even if it was pure imagination itself, funny enough. Because of the reveal, it was just a a literal brain all this time. And I'm just like, that was not enough. He never took into account that he was going to face a guy like Kenpachi in the end.
Yeah.
So,
And he just took everything that was thrown at him as just another challenge. He's like, "Oh, a meteor."
And remember, he was still doing that shit with. He was still doing that shit with one hand.
Yeah,
he was still doing that shit with one hand. Like if he took the eye patch off and he started doing with two hands, that it's over. It's over.
Yeah,
it would have been.
But it's. I actually really liked how that looked, like the meteor and like how the flames were like kind of like radiating off of it. Like that
there was a
like...
lot of comparison with the Madara meteor and the other one from One Piece that Zoro also cut. I think.
Yeah.
But all I was thinking at the time was also like the Saitama meteor as well.
Yeah, that was great.
I personally like the Bleaches and the One Punch Man case more because those to me, now no disrespect to the Naruto's case with the meteor, but the One Punch Man and this one were more iconic to me personally. Mm-hmm. So yeah, there's a that says a lot. So and the way they animated that part, that was crazy. Yeah. I just one more thing to say, like when Gremory just be like, why don't we be so bad? All these guns pull out and he shoots all these missiles. I'm just like, oh, it's America. Okay. That was just crazy. That was crazy. I mean, the bad thing was that it was so fast. It felt so short with the way everything went.
Yeah, it was good though. Like you said, the two most recent episodes have been like my favorite episodes of this cour for sure so far.
I heard the next episode might be even better, considering that we may get original content, or that's what I've been hearing, or we may get some extra scenes or something. Because of course, you think Ichigo is on his way.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else? Or are we the only two that actually?
I think we're the only two.
Damn.
Yeah, I think so too.
Damn. That's kind of sucks. So yeah, Bleach is one of my favorite. Easy one, still my favorites. Not as strong as the second cour, of course, for at the moment, but it's still solid all throughout. So yeah, that's all I really gotta say. So what's the next one we got?
We're gonna skip
next one marriage. Is my happy marriage. I mean,
we were supposed to wait for this until Madlock gets back. I think.
Okay, so
we'll talk about it.
So we just skip this for now, and then we'll talk about it later when he gets back, or.
Number seven is the
girl forgot her glasses. I know.
Yeah,
I know a certain someone is hyped for this. So yeah, why don't we just get started with this series, and then we'll talk about my happy marriage.
I think I've already expressed my thoughts with the episode 1, and I just don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, like I saw you sigh at me when I was like, "Oh, it's another sugar episode." But I honestly think
I just have no energy to really talk about this one.
Yeah, okay, but I can talk about it because okay, first of all, the latest episode I didn't feel as strong about. I'm gonna be honest with that. And I also want to say I do understand some of your criticism here. For example, number 1, the guy, he's a big simp. I agree with that. And yes, it can get a bit episodic. And yes, the animation looks kind of weird sometimes. I actually have a friend who decided to drop it because they felt motion sick when watching it. So,
I don't blame them.
Yeah, but I for some reason I really, really enjoy this because I feel like I said before, it's just a big bowl of sugar for me. It's so sweet, and like if it would just be that, oh, he's a simp, that's all the story was, then yes, I would have dropped this probably. But the fact that we see the girl Mia gets some kind of feelings as well, that's all I'm asking for, and I'm super happy. So I think it's really sweet how he's still helping her when she forgets her glasses. I will say though, when we go back to the simp thing, I actually thought it was kind of funny in the episode where he brought her glasses home to his place, and he was like, "I cannot touch them. You know, they're sacred." And that was actually
the mom's comments about that was pretty funny.
Yeah. She thought something else.
She thought something else, and she was like, "Oh, it must be puberty."
She was kind of right actually, but I'm gonna keep it short anyway. But I like this a lot. That's what I'm gonna say.
Hey, the bar was in hell. The bar was in hell for Gohans, and I mean, this is better than some of the shit they had prior. So, but the bar was in hell.
But that's not saying much, is it?
Yeah, the bar is in the abyss. That's where it is.
I mean, at least they stopped trying to do these freaking original things, like, you know, like whatever freaking handshakers and W's or whiz or whatever it was called. Like,
Wise was actually a
Wise, fucking scar on the Praetor, like all these ones they kept trying to do. Like finally
Scar on the what?
It was called like Scar on the Praetor or something.
It was like Scarlet something, yeah. I know what you're talking about, but I can't remember the name. But
like at least they finally decided, like, oh hey, let's try and adapt something again.
Let's hope that PA Works is following along too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like for this one, I'm not too crazy about it. I'll be honest, but I have enjoyed some of like the, you know, I feel like it's pretty hit or miss, but there have been some moments I've liked, honestly. Just I can see why people they can't, I guess, get really attached to this one, but because I feel like a lot of people will be like, oh, the concept of this series is like, how do you keep forgetting your glasses, dude? Like, like,
but that's the cute part, actually, I think.
Like, yeah, she's very I guess clumsy would be the word, right? Like, she's definitely. But I know a lot of people be like, oh, like, how could you keep going about it this way? Like,
she's chronologically forgetful with her glasses specifically.
That's the point with the show, though. That's why it's called The Girl I Like Forgot Her Glasses.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though. Like, a lot of people like can't really get behind that whole thing. Like, she keeps forgetting her glasses.
I mean, okay, I can understand that it's kind of repetitive, but as I said, they should know that when reading the title.
Oh, so. Yeah. Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say some quick thoughts about this. I dropped this on episode 1, and I'm sure if you guys seen my comments at the time on Memories Discord, you guys are probably not surprised what I'm about to say. I just cannot stand the main male character. He's just like he's literally just gushing over every fucking thing Mia says. Like, yeah, okay, I get it. You know, you're a teenage boy, prepubescent boy in love, but it's like but there's really not much else to him. Like, and plus he just looks so fucking generic. Like, I don't understand why he's like at the top 10 of like every AniTrend best boy list like every week. Because I just don't understand what people see about him. And yes,
no, it's all about her for me. Like,
yeah, I think she's mostly all about her.
Yeah, like I don't know. Most of the stuff I like has been as a result of her, not the main, what Komura, I think his name is.
Yeah, Komura, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, I have to, again, of course, you know, common complaint, the animation as well. I guess gone are the days of Serokai Yakuindomo for Gohans. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. I mean, I understand why people might enjoy it. You know, I could see that, you know, maybe there is some kind of rom-com fix that people can get out of it, but it is ultimately not for me, and I'm not sure if I'm going to give this series another chance.
Another thing I will say that I like is that that I wish, you know, or I hope we'll see more of, is that, like, because of the constant trope that, like, oh, she forgets her glasses, the scenes where she's actually wearing her glasses are like actually kind of impactful for me. Like I think about episode 7 when she like had her glasses on, and she was I think she wasn't she like holding his hand. I think she was like holding Komura's hand, or I may be forgetting. There was a scene. Yeah, there was a scene in episode 7 where she like had her glasses on. She like said she was getting like a really good look at him or whatever. Like I feel like those scenes actually kind of hit for me because of that, the fact that she's always forgetting her glasses, and I'm like, damn, the scenes where she's actually wearing her glasses I've enjoyed more than any of the other scenes where she hasn't had them. Which is kind of funny, but I just feel like it's I pinpoint that scene in episode 7 in particular where she, was talking about like, oh, like she's getting a good look at him and whatever. So yeah, like I said before, though, it's nothing crazy to me. But I don't know. I definitely, it's not saying a lot, but I definitely like it more than whatever else Gohan's has been putting out in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
So I'll take it, I guess. I'll take it. And
the only thing
it doesn't all look bad. I know there's like, especially in episode 1, I think we talked about this a lot, that scene with like the stairs, which they should have never tried to even do that.
We haven't seen much of that since episode 1.
Oh no, we haven't saw that.
God.
We haven't saw that, but that was like, that's such like an ambitious like thing to try and even animate, right? Like, right. I don't even know, but it just looked very jarring. But I feel like there hasn't really been too much of that. I feel like for the most part, it looks pretty nice. Which
I agree.
Yeah, which I feel like Gohan's, just from like the backgrounds department, like I feel like most of the time the backgrounds have always looked pretty good. It's when there's things happening like with them. It's like when there's like I guess it would be like the storyboards, or you would say like it's just it just never really goes too well together, especially when there's a lot of movement or like things happening, and the camera movements they go for sometimes, especially in the action heavy stuff. So something like this that's more like tame, and it's like obviously it's a rom-com, so it's not as like action oriented like the other ones have been lately. I feel like it kind of benefits more from that. Because overall I would say it's like nice to look at, for me personally at least. I don't know.
Also very good opening and ending song. I gotta say that.
I do like the music for it too. Yeah, I will say. I like.
The opening is pretty. Yeah, the opening song is pretty good. I'll say that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I still want more K Project though, dude. Like, shit.
I've got.
I don't think.
That's probably never gonna happen though. They're probably done with it.
Yeah, they're probably done with that completely.
But yeah, any final thoughts on the girl I forgot her glasses, or are we ready to move on?
I think we're ready to move on.
All right, so next anime on the list is Bungo Stray Dogs. Now I am a little reluctant to get into this because Mad Lad still isn't back yet, and I know he's watching and enjoying the series. So, what do you guys think? Should we still talk about this, or should we skip this one as well?
I'm not so sure if he's gonna.
I guess we could. I mean, he didn't specifically mention this one.
Yeah.
So I think
just my happy marriage.
Yeah.
All right.
So I guess we could talk about it, and if he wants to add some thoughts on it, he can like later.
Yeah.
He should be back soon, right?
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully. But yeah, what do you guys think about Bungo Stray Dogs season 5?
Not watching.
This might be my favorite season since season 2. Honestly, this might be my favorite season. Season 2 is probably still my favorite, but I know this season isn't over yet. But especially the beginning of this season, I really, really liked. But I don't know. What do you guys think? How would you say this stacks up to the prior seasons?
I don't know what to really say here. Because because I'm a source reader, so I don't really know how well I can try to put it. It does feel like they're kind of rushing into things, or at least the anime's trying to catch up to where the manga is, which is kind of funny. Like it wasn't to me, it wasn't as it didn't feel as apparent with the previous seasons, at least for me personally. But it does feel like a lot of context feels a little too glossed over, especially with some of the hunting dogs. At least that's how I feel like. I can't say I have particularly good memory, but I remember it feels like a lot of scenes were kind of just removed. I feel feels like some of the fights may have went a little too fast. But yeah, I don't know how to really feel. I would say I think it's more interesting. It's a lot more interesting so far. Although my biggest my biggest issue with my one of the things that they kind of irk me at this moment is Fukuchi with his time travel shit.
Oh my.
I was not
yeah.
I, I was not a fan of it
This
when I
fucking
read
guy.
it in the month.
I mean, the dude was already
not-
OP. The dude was
I was
already
not
OP
a
as
fan of
shit.
it when
and then there's
I was
that.
not a fan of
that
it like I was not a fan of it when they introduced that shit in the manga. Like I was just like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me?
I
And he
know.
literally just kills Sasakawa. It's like now what? How one of the guys just
Dude was like
one of the main characters
just
just
like
dead.
hacks on
Like
freaking
Tachihara
crack.
literally in that one episode, he literally magnetized. He literally had the time and space sword, but Fukuchi still managed to get him somehow. I'm like, okay.
Like, I understand busted characters are a thing, but there's a point where it's just like, why? Like maybe they'll do some justice for like do something to make it up, but it just feels very, really a bad, really just a bad taste. It was like, yeah, that's how you just kind of change it that way. Why didn't this guy just fucking do all that to just get to the book already? I mean, I'm pretty sure like yeah, there's probably limits requirements to the powers, but it just feels so odd to odd to me. And it's not like Fukuchi's somebody like Remy where he plays with his food. This guy literally means business, and you're gonna try to tell me that he can't just get that book by himself for whatever reason, and just do whatever. But I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of other things afoot. But it was kind of just weird to me. I mean, I do at least like where the detective agency are at least trying to regroup and try to, turn the situation around. But other than that, I don't really know I don't really have much to comment on. But it was just like I'm just hoping everything just kind of gets cleaned up just kind of eases up at some point. Because again, stuff is going quite fast in my opinion. But I don't know. For animals, it wouldn't be as apparent though. So that's why I don't have much else to say here.
I will say I haven't been as big on this. No, I think I didn't watch the most recent episode actually from Wednesday, but the episodes with like Aya and Bram or whatever, like
Oh yeah.
I haven't really been too crazy on the like some of the little like comedic scenes I guess are kind of like the thing with the radio or whatever, the smartphone was like very silly, but I don't know, I haven't really like her involvement, I guess I don't know if it's unpopular or whatever, but I haven't really cared honestly about her character all too much, or like her involvement. I was like, I'm still definitely have been enjoying these episodes lately, but I feel like the start of this season especially was like it came out the gate like swinging, like I like especially episode 2 of this season. Like that might actually be still my favorite episode of the it's either 2 or 3. I'd probably say 2, but like I don't know, just especially Rampo at the beginning of this season, and like the cliffhanger in episode 2, the kind of reveal that they had for Fukichi, like that was freaking awesome in my opinion. And then, like, yeah, the cliffhanger I mentioned at the end of episode 2. So this season started off like super strong, and it's kind of took a little bit of a dip for me, but I still feel like it's still qualities like stuff. Like I'm definitely, like I mentioned, still enjoying this this season. I'm curious to see how everything's gonna play out, especially now that finally freaking Dazai and Fyodor are just not gonna be sitting where they've been for who knows how long now.
Yeah.
Like they're finally out. Like Jesus, that took forever. It felt like. But yeah, I still would say, even I know I mentioned I haven't been enjoying the most recent episodes nearly as much as the beginning parts of this season. I would still say, like, as a whole collective, now it could change depending on how this season leaves off or where it goes in the last couple episodes, but I would say this is my favorite season since season 2. I wouldn't say I like it more than season 2 still, but yeah, I'm pretty high on this season. In all the seasons, mostly, like maybe aside from like season 1, like I would say, and even then I still enjoyed season 1. But like all the seasons of Bungo Stray Dogs, for me at least, are all around the same level of like enjoyment for me. Like season 2 is, I give an edge to for sure. But now this season, but all of the seasons are pretty much around the same level of enjoyment as for me. Like there's not really one that's considerably lower, or they're all about the same. So that's kind of continued with this season.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Well, let's see. You missed the Bleach discussion and discussion.
I don't need the Bleach.
Okay, and you also missed the girl I like for color glasses discussion, but we haven't talked about My Happy Marriage yet, so we're just on Bungo Stray Dogs right now.
Bungo right now, right?
Huh?
Yeah. We're on
you guys
Bungo,
on Bungo right now, right?
Yeah, we're on Bungo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. The meeting actually took 30 minutes as I predicted it, because we were having a heated discussion over what movies to show for the film night. Either because I was suggesting Kiki event, but then they suggested Whisper of the Heart. I was like, yeah, we have a heated discussion what movies to show for the film night. So anyways, going back to Bungo, yeah, season 5, it's Bungo Stray Dogs. I have nothing more to say other than every episode is just peak. Well, not peak, but just like the fact that it's now turned to a vampire pandemic. It's just like, what? What? Vampires? Where'd that come from? Why is it turned to Twilight? So yeah, so I was a bit shocked by this whole vampire pandemic situation they got us into now. But yeah, I mean, it's just that it's funny to see that Bram has no control over his like ability because like, well, because Fukuchi's been a piece of shit, just controlling everything. So yeah, Fukuchi, man, he is such a pain in the ass at this point. Beating him requires them to take his sword away, but even he was able to use his sword to go back in time and fix things. So either way, the Bungo Stray Dogs season 5, I enjoy it. It's just that I'm just waiting for the moment where we get to see how would they get this close to, at least beat Fukuchi. But I think I cannot see that happening very soon. But either way, though, I still really enjoy what I watched so far from Bungo Stray Dogs season 5. It's just that I'm just patiently just waiting for the moment. But the fight scene there's actually, to be honest though, the only good thing about season 5 so far for me is the tag team between Asashi and Asakawa, because those two work so well together even though they hate each other. So yeah, those two work well together until Fukuchi ruined everything. So sad days, I guess.
Yeah, I like how they did that though. Like, with the Kutagawa, like they kind of flash back to like Dazai and like kind of the plan that he had for like the vision he had for Kutagawa. And the Kutagawa's kind of like picked up on that now, or like got the meaning for like what Dazai's trying to do, with them being like the new like double black or whatever, or like a new one. So I did like that part of it too. That came with that. But they still have their silly antics, of course. Which I mean, Dazai and Chuya still have that too. So.
But yeah, Chuya, he's a vampire.
Everybody's a vampire. Almost everybody's a vampire. The whole Port Mafia is vampirized, if I recall correctly.
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna.
think...
Oh, what were you about to say?
Never mind. I forgot what I was supposed to say.
Okay. I'm gonna give my thoughts by saying that I actually disagree with Memory's take on Aya, because I think the whole thing surrounding Aya, I find that very interesting, because it's basically, it mirrors what Dazai was saying earlier when he was in the cell with Theodore, in that a person, like the strongest person imaginable, he said something along the lines of like the strongest person imaginable is someone who has nothing to lose and just has like, it's not an ability user, it's someone who has just like nothing but sheer determination. And that's what we see with Aya, because she's just like this little 10-year-old girl. She has no powers whatsoever, and yet who would expect her to kidnap Bran and basically run off with them and basically foil Fukuchi's plan, put a wrench in Fukuchi's plan. So yeah, I just find that whole thing surrounding her just really interesting, and I'm curious to see where that goes from here. But other than that, Bungo Stray Dogs season 5, this has been a really stellar season. Because I feel like every episode, it gives you something to look forward to in the next week, in the next episode. For example, where the last episode left off was, first we see, Dazai and Fyodor going through Nikolai's death game, and we see, and, it makes you wonder, like, okay, first of all, why did Dazai choose Sigma as one of the tools for the game? Like, he wasn't one of the options, but Dazai chose Sigma for some reason. And it's funny when you realize that Dazai's ally is Fyodor's former partner, and Fyodor's ally is Dazai's former partner, because now Fyodor has a vampirized Chuya on his side. So it's going to be interesting to see where it goes from here. And also, I already mentioned the whole thing surrounding Aya. Also, we still don't know exactly the full detail of Rampo's plan, because as of right now, things still look very bleak for the detective agency. Because it still seems like Fukuchi still has the upper hand, and it looks like the detective agency is doing something. But like I said, we still don't know what exactly Rampo's plan is. So yeah, I'm definitely wondering about that. But yeah, overall, yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of good things you could say about season 5. Lots of hype, lots of action, lots of great characters stuff and all that. I will say though, I just wish things weren't looking so bleak. I mean, Fukuchi is just way too OP. I think we can all agree that Fukuchi is just like, first of all, he has a time-space sword, which he can pretty much rewrite anything to fit his goals. And then, second of all, he started the whole vampire pandemic. The Port Mafia has been vampirized. Pretty much most of the world has been vampirized. So, yeah, and they're pretty much in control of, and Fukuchi pretty much has control of all the vampires. Fukuchi and Bram has control of all the vampires. So it really makes you wonder, what exactly can the detective agency do in this situation? Because it kind of seems like most of the world is not on their side. And plus, there's still a lot of people who think they're terrorists. So it really makes you wonder.
Dude is literally hacks on crack.
He's on God mode right now.
That to me was almost a deal breaker for me.
Like, just hacks is enough, but like hacks on crack? Like,
yeah, he's on God mode right now. He's got the entire console pulled up and he's typing the keys.
No, it's not even that. It's just more like, you could have just, the way he is and like where his position is right now, You could have just you don't think he could just did this just do this job all by himself? Like what? It's
You
just
think
it
you
just
think
makes
it's gonna
sense to me.
take the like because you know how he has a pass with the president? Like you think it's gonna take the president maybe for something like you think they go that route with it? Like it's gonna take like the president to somehow do something with Fukichi?
Wait, the president of what now?
The Fukuzawa, the president of the detective agency.
Oh, that's right. We haven't really
Yeah,
seen much of him, so yeah. I'm definitely wondering what he's doing as
because
well.
he has a pass. He has a pass with Fukichi. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah.
So if they want to go down that route, they like I feel like I could see them doing that.
I could definitely see them do that. Yeah. But yeah, I'm just wondering. Like, I know. I know I already threw a wrench at Fukuchi's plans, but I want to see more. I want to see more of what they can possibly do to foil Fukuchi. So I basically, I want more hope for Detective Agency. But yeah, other than that, overall, Bungo Stray Dogs Season 5, like I said, it's been phenomenal. I'm not sure how I would rank it in terms of past Bungo Stray Dogs seasons. I want to see the full thing first.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm definitely really enjoying this so far. But yeah, any final thoughts on Bungo Stray Dogs, or are we ready to move on back to My Happy Marriage?
I think we can move on.
Mad lad.
I think I'd rather have a comment on it like at the end of the season than halfway through the season. So, yeah, I'll just wait till the end of the season and see how it goes.
For Bungo Stray Dogs?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
I mean, we're talking about it, right? So.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, so now we're going back up the list, and we're gonna be discussing My Happy Marriage now that Mad Lad is here. So,
Hi.
what do you guys
Happy
think?
Marriage. Well, obviously, one of the best romance anime of the year. I mean, top contender, top three.
Bold claim.
Top 3 or 4. Top 3 or 4.
There isn't much of a competition, to be honest. Like I'm gonna be honest with you with that.
There was one in the winter season, but I'm not sure I want to mention it right now. But yeah, anyway, so
what do you mean? The fourth one we were discussing?
I would say
no,
winter
winter season. I'm talking winter. There's one in the winter season that I really like too. So.
Oh, I meant for the season though. I'm
talking about the year right now. Okay?
Oh, he said the year.
Oh, okay,
I said the year. This is top 5. Okay.
I would say Skip and Loafer is probably mine. I know Mad Lads is probably Angel Next Door, right?
I'm talking about like I said, I'm having a hard debate right now between Angel Next Door and this right now. So, but I think the one thing that why this anime stood out to me is one, it's more traditional in terms of how love is handled in the past. 2, it's focused on family politics, and 3, it is mature adults, not high school students. Not middle school, which I have no idea why middle school romance is so good now. Why people like middle school romance, to be honest. But it's mature adults, and I really can resonate with those a lot. So that's why I enjoy it. But of course, we all had to discuss over the whole family drama. That what really drives, which is like the meat of the first half of the season, to like really give life to this anime, especially like how you help Miu develop over time. Because like. At first, the first episode was literally Cinderella-like. It was literally Cinderella. I don't care what people said. It's literally Cinderella, where Mio is being mistreated because now we understand why she's being mistreated, because she does not have the privilege of using her powers in the family. I mean, of course, now we can see in a couple episodes that her power is slowly coming back to her. But at first, I thought she's been mistreated because of her stepmom. Well, of course, her stepmom played a huge part in it too. But I thought for a second that Miu was mistreated because of the stepmom situation. The father doesn't really have a second say to it. But then, as the story progresses, we finally understand why Miu is being mistreated, because she is not able to control her powers. And apparently, according to the lore in this anime, having powers is it's the same way of saying, do you have any privileges in you that can bring glory to the family, like money, fame, or something like that. For them back then, it's just power. It's just spiritual power. So seeing Miu suffer through that and seeing that she's been sidelined by her parents, it's just very saddening. Especially the father too. The father should be like the one that's to defend her, but he literally just sidelined her like stepmom and her half sister. Oh, we'll get into the half sister very soon with that. But the fact that coincidentally she's been sent to Kudo for an arranged marriage, well, by none of them her own parents. Because but remember this, her parents think that she's gonna get rejected like every other girls to Kudo, but she proved them wrong. She did something that all the girls, basically every girl in those era does that no other rich girl does, being very supportive, being not very selfish. She just literally be a normal person. So that's why Kudo start grow a strong liking to her, and that is where I enjoy this sort of romance more. Is where people get to understand each other more, know their backstory, know their habits, and that's where romance really bloomed for me, because I prefer that sort of way of developing people rather than just love at first sight. I swear to God, I get fed up sometimes when people just fall in love through first sight. It's just not realistic enough. But this one, My Happy Marriage, it's a proper tackle. Is a proper tackle to a proper how people fall in love and how people show their relationship for each other. So this is why I really enjoy My Happy Marriage, especially like how Kudo supported Miu before throughout her journey in every episode. And of course, Kudo, you can say Kyoka or you can call him by first name. He is a good example of what a strict, high-ranking boy should behave like in that sort of time, which is the Meiji era. So just seeing how he react to Miu, react to all the girls, and it's very typical of that time period because of his position in the family. So seeing how he reacted to Miu, I don't really have a problem with it because he was being very cautious around her because of his experience with the previous girl. But the one thing I like about him is that he's being patient with Miu and how he willing to understand her a bit more rather than just seeing her as a peasant girl. So that's why I really like this anime, because of not just because of Miu, but also because of how Kudo treated Miu. And of course, he's an Ikemen too, so that's also an added bonus. But like everything is so well built up for the first 3 episodes, and then we have the iconic episode for this season, which is Miu being kidnapped by her own sister. Not the father, by the way. The father knows nothing about it. Well, I'm not sure how involved he is with it, but his sister, being a bitch and an absolute bitch, I don't care what people say, she literally just say, "Oh shoot, I chose the wrong boy. Oh my god, my own Nesan is with the boy of my dreams. I should be the one be with him." I was like, you literally stole Miu childhood friend, and now you want to steal his fiance that she started to grow a strong relationship with. Man, Kaya, you are one arrogant, selfish, bitchy, and well, what's the other word? There's a term
what
for
other
this.
vile words?
There are a lot of words.
That's another word. Spoiled. Yeah, that's the word. Spoiled girl. Like, God. I mean, again, nothing against Sakura Ayane. She did a fantastic job voicing Kaya.
Of course.
Of course, I have to say that, but it's because of her fantastic voice acting. Kaya is literally one of the most hated characters of this season. I don't care what people say about other characters. Kaya is literally what a spoiled girl should be like. I mean, of course, people like to say, "Oh, she did nothing wrong. She's been raised like that. She's been taught by her stepmom, well, her mom in this case. How to treat meal. How remember this. When a kid learns things as a kid, they will ingrain in the brain that they are special. Because remember this, Kaya is being treated special with a very special privilege in the family, and that's why she's been ingrained with that mindset since she was a kid. And it's because of that ingrained mindset is what makes us not like her. We understand we understand why she thinks like that. It's just that it doesn't really make us feel any better for her. So
Yeah.
that's why I don't understand why people are trying to defend Kaya. I understand why they're trying to defend her upbringing. Yes, okay, I get it, but do not dare say that she's best girl. If I dare to see people say that she's special because of what she did,
No.
oh god, we will have a discussion. So yeah, but I mean, I other than that though, it's very interesting to see Mio able to hold back from Kaya abusement to her own Nessan. By the way, guys, it's I'm not sure how this will work in the Western world, but a younger sibling should not be doing that to the older sibling. Like, bro, if my little brother did that to me, oh, there will be tension. All right. But Mio, because of her personality, she cannot do anything about it until episode 6. So, yeah, I gotta say, man, it's very eye-opening to see how Mio willing to fight back, and and where she got that confidence from. Kyoka. So Kyoka is the difference maker. So that's why it makes me so happy to see that in the end, Mio, not only because she got her moment, but Kyoka showed her his determination to keep Mio as a fiance. I mean, they now signed the marriage form now, so they're officially married. So happy days, I guess. Well, the one thing I have to criticize is that if they're married, why aren't they sleeping together?
I think they said they are soon married only.
Assume married. Okay, fair enough.
Soon married, so they're not married yet.
Married. So
they're engaged.
Yeah, I mean, they signed the form though, so
they signed the form, but they also said this will make them soon married. They haven't had actual marriage yet.
Oh, I see what I mean. So paper talk, but then you have the actual event. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So I'm just gonna let Rio take over here now. So go ahead.
I'll try to get through it. I mean, let's see here. I remember the first couple of episodes being very, very rough to get through, where I had a very unfavorable impression of how it is.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. But as things settled down, of course, it just occurs to me, you know what? It is what it is, and the settings do make sense. And I think the one that really does it for me is how Kyoka doesn't just feel like just gradually becoming someone who actually seems to care and not just be just one-off sort of god standoffish sort of archetype that I've always used to be, and like how Mio isn't just like that, and how everything just kind of plays into it. The main issue is, of course, is just I didn't like how the antagonistic figures in her family were handled. That's the biggest. That's the one particular issue I've had, if anything. I felt like how they were used was, even in the novel even in the source material context, wasn't particularly good. It didn't completely ruin it, because at least it makes sense in how they were used, because a family like when everything in that setting is about power, and supernatural abilities are now an aspect of that, and you know how women are not really treated that well back then, and how the standards are with other social standards back then, how everybody is addressed. It makes sense as to how that time period was, especially considering like I think it's a post Meiji area. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it was kind of an interesting sort of setting to use. The big episode, of course, I think I know you could talk a lot about the wholesome interaction, of course, but there was the big episode, which was the part where Miyogi's kidnapped, of course, and Kyoka just kind of literally bust into the residence. Well, the father did that father just kind of set the house on fire himself. So which is funny. The fact that Mio was able to stand up for herself because like she doesn't want to just continue to listen or continue to just try to bow down out of safety. She stood defiant, and that was like the most brilliant she's ever looked. To where like she's not just letting herself just following around, just bowing out like grass to a wind. No, she is standing up. Now there was that one scene. I know many people may not point this out, but the part where the ant was that part where it was focusing on the ant, that is an interesting way to depict Mio. Because, okay, so this one Sakuga expert called KVIN was saying like, oh, it's more of it's saying is like, oh, it's a sign of doom, like when it was crossing. But no, to me, the ant more or less has a dual representation of Mio. And here's the thing: ants are usually there's the bad side. Worker ants are usually made to follow orders to the queen, and they don't really have much other purpose other than that. But the dual one is more of a symbolism of what ants are. Ants can be a symbol of like strength and tenacity and willpower and whatnot. Because ants, as a lot of people should know, have really ridiculous proportional strength. Where you can see like they've been carrying things a lot bigger and notably a lot bigger and heavier they are. And it was there because Mio displayed her resolve to resist as much as she can until Kyoka can come in and make the possibility of saving her be relevant. Because there's only so much she can do by herself. She hasn't awakened to any powers yet. She's kind of tied up there. She's being pushed to she's being like battered and beaten. She did her best. She really did her best to hold out because she wanted to stay low. Because she doesn't want to in a place she doesn't want to go back. The place where she is right now, alongside with her husband to be.
So yeah.
With her husband to be, she's doing better off. She does not want to give it up.
Exactly.
And I like that resolve. And yeah, Kyoka. I like how Kyoka the lightning is so befitting. It's like lightning to me is like a punishment from God. It's like a literal punishment from God, and he just does it quite relentlessly. People would have said he should have killed them.
No.
That would have not. That would have set too much. That would have set too much complications because
that was not solving.
You cannot just do that. The thing is just put him down though, and a display of strength though, because the literally Koji was just like there. It's just like an adult, handling a little angry kid, and that also means that Kyoka and his military unit have to train for something that's possibly even more dangerous, which is more or less hinted in the recent episodes considering the Usuba family. So yeah, even though that was a great episode, they're not out of the woods because the Usuba family is coming for Mio because for whatever reason. Well, I'm pretty sure the reasoning is that she probably had the powers that she has not awakened to may or may not be considered dangerous to them, or like if she makes them or it could be someone told me this because the Usuba family are a secretive group. They don't want their stuff coming out. much of their stuff coming out into the public. So Kyoka's group is a pretty prominent figure. So him being engaged with Mio would attract very dangerous attention to them. It would probably expose and the secrets they want that would also involve Mio. Hence why they're trying to take Mio back. Why the Arata guy is saying, "Oh, we're going to take you back, Mio," as if they're going to save her when they're not. When they're not. It's a very twisted. It's a very twisted. These are very twisted intentions by the Usuba family, and it's getting dangerous because Kyoka said they literally have telepathic powers, messing with your memories prior to your mind, give you nightmares. Like that's wild.
Mio power gave her her own nightmares to herself. So
I feel like Mio is giving herself nightmares because she doesn't have control over it.
Exactly.
I don't think it's a.
I think the moment that she touched the tree, I think that's where her power started to return, of slowly coming out of dormantry. Because
that is a kind of a interesting scene. I was like wondering, like, is her powers starting to? I have no context.
I think her power was dormant until something awakens it. I think it was the tree that awakens it because the mom told her about the tree. I think her mom put some special powers inside the tree that
maybe. Maybe her mom sealed her daughter's powers because to keep her safe.
I won't be surprised. I won't be surprised if that was revealed to be true though. And
I have no context with the light novel, and I'm trying not to get spoiled. So it's like the very fun part because it has a lot of speculation. Like shit, Rio does have, as meek as she seems, she has something big that she is hiding, whether it's of her own volition or not. So
also like regarding to like the new sort of enemies coming after Mio, like I think his name is Areta. He seems like he knows something about Mio, so I'm kind of curious about the next episode because like the way he gives up this sort of vibe at the latest episode is just saying
maybe he was originally supposed to be engaged to her, but some shit happens.
I don't think it's engaged. I think something about
originally previously was going to be, but Kyoko was picked instead.
I have a suspicion that he tried to use Miu's power for something else, but whatever. We'll find out next episode, anyways. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, first half of the season is just seeing Miu overcoming the Saimori's torment, and she did it perfectly, overcoming the sister, into some extent, and it's just that Kudo shows his loyalty to Miu, and Miu shows her loyalty to Kudo, and those two are perfect for each other. It's just how will those two go further at the second half of the season. So we got the Saimori thing out of the way now. So I'm just curious to how will they end the season now with this spiritual ghost sort of like things that they deal with now.
The grotesqueries, yeah. Those are actually kind of I feel like those grotesqueries may or may not have been formerly people that had powers.
If I had to take a guess, Miu will be the one to seal them away again. Because I think it was the Usaba family that sealed them. So maybe Miu will be the one to seal them, and that's where we get to see the better version of Miu. So yeah,
maybe. There's a lot to take away.
There's a lot to take in right now. But I'm not tempted to watch the live action. So
hell no.
You didn't even know there were gonna be a live action.
I didn't even know. Actually,
live
yeah,
action.
I don't think so.
I mean, when you're doing this popular, you may.
I heard really good things about the live action. The live action came first before the anime, by the way.
Really?
I wonder how they're gonna do with the powers, like when they use the Force, etc. in the live action. We'll see. CGI.
Avatar Airbender.
They're gonna have to. I hope they don't do it like some of those Chinese shows. Where they literally just have these little, awkward looking props cropping up and all over the place. and the guy, and you just see people just floating, but they're really just kicking it on strings and shit.
Never watched many Chinese shows except for Shaolin Soccer, but that's something completely else from this.
Yeah.
But,
So yeah, why? Annie Pope, go ahead. Have your say.
I can start, I guess. So I think this. I'm gonna say this right now. This is just as some of you guys say, romance of the season by far. I think so too. This is a very well written romance. I think, and I think the first half has made me really enjoy this, but because of what's going on with Mio, and just as mentioned before, this is a lot like Cinderella. I said that too in my videos. How the stepmom comes in and it's just being rough for Mio. Like one thing I think this show is doing well here is that in the beginning you cannot predict who might be the good or bad guy in the family, because might be someone who can be redeemed, if you know what I mean. But at first, for example, for some parts I was like, well, maybe the dad is a good guy after all. Maybe he doesn't have anything to say. Maybe for the political reasons, maybe the mom is above him, so he cannot say anything about what's going on with Mio. But then they kind of showed that while he was still with Mio's mom, even then he had criticism on Mio, and that kind of confirms that, okay, he was a douche from the beginning. With Kaya, because I am going to defend Kaya. You guys know that. First of all, I don't blame anyone for hating her, because what she's doing is just god awful. So if anyone like hates her or is calling her this and that, I'm not gonna argue against that, because it's completely understandable. All I want to say is that she doesn't know any better. She's grown up in an environment where she is like, just as mentioned before, she's very spoiled. She doesn't know any better. And usually even people who are spoiled, they could be like spoiled from their family, but maybe outside there's another thing. And maybe they can get their impressions on what is right and wrong from many factors. But the fact that Kaya gets to hear that Mio is bad both within the family and outside of the family, that creates the kind of picture for her since childhood that, okay, Mio is bad. And that's why she's doing the way she's doing. That's why I cannot hate her. All I feel is pity for her. Now when she's moved to this new family that she's supposed to be servant for, I think it's a good thing for her, because she gets to see the real life a bit. But I still feel sorry for her because she doesn't know any better. Now when the whole family drama is over, though, we're gonna see if I'm gonna enjoy it as much, when they're handling the monsters that are let loose from the graveyard, and what is going on with this new guy. Because just as you guys said, I kind of figured out afterwards, after seeing some of your reactions, that, oh, he looks sus. I wasn't thinking that in the beginning, because he was like saying, oh, I'm gonna protect me. So I was like, okay, he's a good guy. And also because he was talking to some guy that had a sakura tree outside of his house, I was like, okay, maybe this has something to do with Mio's relatives, because there's a sakura tree just as Mio's mom had. So maybe there's a connection there. But there could definitely be that he's a sus guy. So we're gonna wait and see. And of course, Kudo is the perfect husband for her. He really cares about her. And I just think it's very wholesome to see them being together. And there was something else I was gonna say. Right. In the episode where she was kidnapped, I had some comments on that, actually, because I was like, okay, outside of Kudo's office that the amulet is missing. So wouldn't it be better if you stayed there with Kudo rather than go home? You would be a lot safer. But maybe it was quick thinking and they didn't have time to think about it. I know some of you guys said it before, so it's completely understandable. But for me, I think if they would stay with Kudo, they would be in a lot safer. But the good thing that came out of the kidnapping, though, is to see how much stronger Mio is now. Before, she was always like she didn't stand up for herself, because she's been mentally, people always call her like you're bad, etc. So it's kind of sticking to her brain. But the fact that even though they torture her, they punched her, etc. She was like, "You're not taking Kuro away from me." And I wouldn't say I felt super like I didn't have many emotions during, especially that scene when she was tortured, because I knew Kuro would save her anyway. But I thought it was more emotional after he saved her, and you could see he saw her on the floor, like being what she's been going through, and his anger that he felt during that time. That was the emotional part for me, and then he started to really like talking to Kaya about it, and
just put her in her place, basically.
Yeah. So, but overall, to keep it short, best romance show of the season, definitely. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And you still like the glasses girl thing?
I mean, as I said before, I said it to you. You saw that I ranked My Happy Marriage above that one, though.
Oh.
Yeah, that says a lot.
I showed you my top 10. I showed you my top. Yeah,
I saw it.
My top 10. I actually put My Happy Marriage on third place.
I mean, if you say so, I will take your word for it. If I go back and see it's not, then there will be talking points. But anyways,
no. My Happy Marriage is much better.
No,
go ahead.
All right, I'm about to say something that's probably a little bit more controversial. Another controversial thing. I wouldn't say this is my favorite romance this season, and probably not even my favorite romance this year. Not to say that I don't enjoy it, because I do. I mean, there are things that I like about it. First of all, Mio, I do like her chemistry with Kyoka, and I do like the scene in episode 6 where she's finally able to stand up to her abusive stepsister and stepmother. So yeah, I do think that she's getting some great character development so far, because she went from this submissive, like, oh, I must do everything they say no matter how terrible they treat me, or else I'll be treated worse. I do like she's not taking any more shit. I do like that we see her smiling more and more, and I do like just in general how much happier she's been ever since she's moved out of the Saimori household, and after she's met Kyo. So yeah, I think she's getting I really like the character development she's been getting so far. And one thing I still feel like that not a lot of people are talking about is Miss Yurie's impact on this whole series, because she's been instrumental to when it comes to helping out the engagement between Mio and Kyo, their whole relationship. And plus, she has been nothing but nice to Mio ever since she met her in episode 1. So I just think she's just like
it's really always wholesome. The old lady.
Yeah, she's just a really wholesome character.
It's always the old lady.
Always the old ladies.
It's always the old lady.
What else? Oh yeah. I've gotta say, I'm going to confess something right now. I did check out the English dub for this anime, and I gotta be completely honest. Even though I'm still not a fan of English dub, I'm gonna be completely honest. The English dub is actually not that bad for me. Now,
it's Netflix. It's Netflix. They will bring in some good voice actors for it.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that some of the delivery, like when it comes to Kyo's English voice actor, I feel like some of the delivery for his lines just aren't as impactful as I would have liked. But other than that, I really do think the English dub is not that bad. However, one of the cons I have with this series, my main con is that for a series called My Happy Marriage, it's awfully depressing, because it's like every time I get into a new episode of the series, I'm like, okay, how are we gonna see Mio suffer this time?
I think the point is that
they're not married
she
yet,
is searching for that for her. Mio is searching for her happy marriage. She hasn't gotten it yet, and so until then, there's gonna be a lot of struggles.
I think also when she gets married, that's gonna be the happy marriage. Right now, they're just engaged. So I think in the end, the title is gonna have a purpose here.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's the case too. But it's like, from the abuse she suffered from the Saimora family to the whole politics surrounding these, the supernatural powers, it's like it gets pretty depressing, and it gets hard for me to be motivated to watch a new episode of the series when really most of the series revolves around Mio suffering. Yes, we see some happy moments every now and then, but it's like, especially when it comes to the whole politics surrounding the supernatural powers, there's gonna be some more people coming after her, and it's not really something I can really get excited about. In fact, I'm not really excited about the whole politics surrounding the series in general. So yeah, I think that's really pretty much the main reason why I just cannot get excited when it comes to this series. I do enjoy it.
I will say just now when you mentioned the superpowers, I will agree. Some of the superpowers here are actually kind of weird. For example, when the guy that he looks like he's wearing like virtual reality stuff when he's like watching and they're flying the origami drones. That was kind of weird for me. I'm mostly here for the romance though, because the romance is really good actually.
It's okay. I mean, like, yeah, I think their chemistry is nice, but I want to see more. I want to see more development.
It's probably gonna come though.
Yeah, I think I'm hoping it will come. But yeah, I think other than that, my happy marriage. I mean, I guess I could see why people would put this as like the romance of the season, but it's just fairly enjoyable for me. Remember,
what is your romance of the year so far?
The year? Oh shit, me on a stick. I think it still has to be.
Don't you fucking dare skip the Lover.
I was gonna say maybe a Galaxy.
I said skipping Lover.
I was gonna say maybe a Galaxy Next Door.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Memory, are you watching the series?
No.
Ah, gotcha.
You're missing out.
But yeah, any final thoughts on My Happy Marriage, or are we ready to move on?
Move on.
All right.
We'll save our final. I think maybe the way to end the season will have more to say to this season than the halfway point of the season. So we'll save it. I'll save it for the final season.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
All right. So we already talked about Girl I Forgot Her Glasses, Bungo Stray Dogs. So the next anime on the list is Liar Liar, which is.
Oh, cut it.
I'm not watching.
Watching episode 1. I haven't finished episode 1, so.
Okay, so we gotta skip this one.
Yeah.
All right. So the next up is 7 Spellblades, which is I am not watching.
Ooh.
I haven't watched the latest episode though, so no spoilers on that.
I have watched it.
I don't have much comment on it. It's just.
So.
I do.
To be honest, though, I let Real say. I Real have a word. Then I would say mine part. So go ahead.
If there is one thing, I mean, it's doing everything right in terms of like storytelling and pacing and so far, but it isn't a whole lot to take away from. Like I do like kind of like Nano and Oliver's sort of dynamic, but everyone else is just I'm not feeling it. As for the episode I did particularly like was the Garuda fight, and then the reveal that Oliver's basically on a quest for revenge, which is actually kind of cool to see. But I'm not so sure how to feel about it like completely at the moment. It's just like, oh, it's kind of interesting the way he's just trying to carry this out.
The way they revealed that was interesting because usually they get that shit out of the way at the beginning.
Yeah. Although there is one interesting thing where I hope it's not spoilers now, but Nano is somehow able to attain the broom that his late mom that got murdered by these
that is teachers. Very interesting.
That is interesting. I'm like, where's the connection? How is she able to do it?
Oh yeah, that is.
She's not really. Sure. Nano herself is not supposed to be particularly inept with magic herself, and yet she's able to treat this broom like it's an obedient, like ready to go dog. Like, damn, I'm just like, yeah, she trained, like she didn't even need to train broom. It just kind of just friendly up to her that easily. And just like, where's is there a connection to that maybe revealed later on? or is this just like a fateful sort of encounter of some sorts? So I'm not sure, but it's kind of an interesting thing. Like maybe we'll explain it later on, but yeah, that actually kind of drew my interest. Otherwise, I'm not so sure how to feel about the series so much. But I mean, maybe the last couple episodes will dictate something for me.
Yeah, it's just I kind of feel the same way as you about it. Like aside from like Oliver and Nano, I honestly could care less about anyone else. Honestly,
Yeah.
like the stuff like the Pete content we just had, and then the Katie girl with like the freaking troll or whatever. Like I did not
It's like
care about.
Hermione Granger.
I did not care about that whatsoever. I'm gonna
The
be
sex
honest.
shift one is kind of funny, but also kind of I'm not even really on. I'm not really feeling on to that because I've seen that shit so many times. Just like I don't fucking care.
Yeah, there is enough here though that like I want to continue watching. Like that kind
Yeah.
of interests me. So and also it kind of helps that I feel like I don't know, just aesthetically, I like I don't know, I like how JC staff is handling this.
Yeah.
For sure. I don't know. It's nothing like there have been some pretty standout like moments like production wise, I would say for sure. Which I was actually kind of surprised. I don't know. I did not think they were giving. It seems like this has kind of got a little bit of like. I know JC staff is always working on a lot of stuff, but like it seems like this has kind of got some like priority for like resources, or it could just be like I guess the staff. But
Yeah.
I've actually found myself pleasantly surprised with some episodes. You know, I think that helps too. I think production wise, it's actually better than I thought it was going to be for sure. So, yeah, hopefully as it goes on, there will maybe be other characters I can kind of latch onto. But as for now, it's kind of just Oliver and Nano. But yeah, I don't honestly really have much to say aside from what you just said, I guess.
I think Madal is busy, so I will jump in during that time, I think. I have mixed feelings on this, actually. I think, just as you say, production-wise, it looks really good, actually. I like the opening song. It's one of my favorites opening song this season. It has some good parts, too. For example, the fight with the bird monster or whatever, that was actually a really good episode. And also when they did that, I would call it the Oshinoko moment when he was supposed to revenge on his mom with all the teachers. That was a good, interesting part of the story. But I'm gonna be honest, I feel like a lot of the parts of this show is kind of boring, actually. It feels like they're hyping up some parts and then they just go back to just being not much happening. So, but there is still something with this show that makes me interested in. Though I still kind of want to see how it ends, though, and we'll see what my final thoughts are.
Are we still talking about Spellblades?
Yeah, you look busy, so we start.
Oh, sorry, I was talking with my friend. My friend just called me out of nowhere, so I was just talking with him for a bit. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, Annabelle, finish what you should
say.
No,
I was actually already finished there, so you can go ahead.
Okay, so give me a second. I just need to look this up. Oh yeah, sorry. Spellblades. So the first 6 episodes basically covers Volume 1, and I gotta say that is what I call an ideal anime adaptation. So, like every light novel dream is to have at least 6 episodes of adaptation, and I gotta say, fair play for them. Usually, you don't see every day. Not every day you see like a really good light novel adaptation, like 6 episodes each. So
what are we talking about?
So Spellblades.
Okay.
We're still talking about Spellblades. So that's why I'm quite satisfied with some of the stuff that people have been telling me about how well they adapted. But for the time being, though, I would say that it starts off slow. You can definitely tell that episode 1 to 3 was really slow until they start introducing some. 5 minutes. Sorry, guys. 5 minutes.
Okay.
I don't even know where do we go from here now.
Oh boy. Difficulties. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, Kawhi can get this on. Yeah, I just don't have.
I guess while we wait, should we move on to the next series and he can add up afterward? But maybe that will just be weird to do that.
Actually, like after Undead Girl Murder Farce, I kind of just have to get to.
I'm gonna be honest. After Undead Girl Murder Farce, I think I'm watching like one or two more things after that.
Yeah, I think I can. I think that's it. Like yeah, I'm watching everything, but everything else is just. But everything, a lot of everything else is just not for me. Not really worth talking about.
Can you keep going?
Yeah. Where was I? Oh yeah. I mean, I can understand why people start to not like this anime. I mean, to be honest though, I don't. It's not that I don't like it. It's just that is it worth waking up at 2:30 a.m. in the morning to make a reaction video for, which. I gotta say, I'm starting to feel the effect of waking up at 2:30 just to make a video for it. So, yeah, let's just say I'm enjoying it so far, but it's just, I mean, the pacing wise, I have no problem with it because it introduces more plot to the story, and especially with some of the dialogues, and especially with the latest episode where we have that introduction to the character. It's about like the execution of it too. The one thing I don't really like it much is that they sometimes they went for the more generic, so like feel to the high school stuff. I mean, yes, of course they needed just to build context to the story, but I just don't know. I just feel like some of the stuff they've been doing in this anime feel like I'm watching something similar before, but like I said, the best thing about this anime is Oliver's revenge plan, because what that is basically put the spark to the story. So anytime Oliver came across a teacher, he's coming for the neck. So I'm just waiting for that moment where he strikes. But so far, everything else animation wise, it's just very JC staff like, I guess. I mean, the opening was a fucking masterpiece. I'm not gonna lie, the opening doesn't have to be that.
Yeah, the
good.
opening was really good.
The opening was so good. Like I thought for a second, Ufotable was doing the animation for the opening, but it's JC staff of all studios.
That's where the budget went on the openings, on then the anime.
And then the anime
still looks pretty good, but it's just like
but the opening kind of makes it more exciting than the story actually is.
It's usually what openings do, though. So it's not. I mean, considering what the kind of time that's usually put into them. Well, I mean,
But the selling point for me, the best selling point, the one thing that gave me the confidence is that if this light novel series has 10 volumes already, 11 volumes already, then it's going to be somewhat good when it comes to more stuff to come in the story. Is whether or not how would they end season 1, is whether it get people interested or not. Because my main list right now is putting it at 6 out of 10. So I have a feeling that we will not be getting a season 2 at all. So we just have to see.
We might. The mile doesn't dictate everything, of course.
Of course, but it's just that I'm just kind of worried because not a lot of people are actually talking about this anime on Twitter. Every time I went on Twitter, not a lot of people talk about it.
The place where I'm at, they do talk about it quite a bit, but I don't feel like it's enough. I feel like it should have been more. Considering a lot of people. I kind of saw quite a number of threads here and there, but not so much to where I feel like it's buzzing a lot as I wish it was. Because even though I'm not as fond of it, I feel like it should have been talked about much more. It has that sort of feeling I felt like it should have been if considering how much has been talked about prior to it airing. You'd think it'd have something like Eminence and Shadow, but it's not quite there.
No, it's not there yet.
Eminence and Shadow is also a show I'm very mixed on, but I'm glad it is getting quite popular. quite popular and getting a season 2. So I'd hope that at least this one gets a similar treatment because it does deserve because what it's getting right now is pretty darn commendable. I have nothing against it. It's just that I feel like I can't get as invested to it as some of the other fans, of course, the light novel readers and such. But I don't dislike or hate it either. It's just kind of there. It hasn't gotten to the point where I'm like, oh, I can actually get somewhere with it. There's only like only a few things that I really that I particularly enjoy about it much more, but not much more than not much else to say beyond that.
I mean, I can agree with you. I have nothing more to say until the end of the season, where maybe that's where I give my full opinion on the series. So I think it's best we just move on now. So,
another thing I wanted to add that I just noticed is that apparently the series is from the same author of Alderman on the Sky.
Oh yeah, I actually feel some similarities with it too in terms of how the characters are and how some settings are.
It's called Alderman on the Sky. It came out in like 2016. I think Madhouse did it too.
Yeah.
Which was like a surprise. I remember I was like, "Wait, Madhouse is doing a series."
I'm not surprised. I'm not at all surprised that it would be by the same author.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. We're not. What's the next one?
Rurouni Kenshin.
I'm not watching it.
The next two, I have no comment, to be honest.
I don't want to talk about the Rurouni Kenshin.
I'm thinking about dropping it. Actually, I'm not really enjoying it.
I'm sorry to say this. This is not even involving the author himself. Rurouni Kenshin is too outdated. I'm sorry. It's just not a shot. It's just not.
I can slowly to understand why you don't like it now, because I'm starting to feel it too. So
it's so all the I don't see how anyone can still have this as a favorite unless if out of us nostalgia, or have it that high unless if it's out of nostalgia. Because a lot of the shit that is done in Rurouni Kenshin has been done a lot better in other similar series at the moment, or at least in terms of the shonen as well. It's just way too outdated at this point. It's just not there for me. It's not unwatchable, but it's just it's just there. I'm not feeling this guy. The only thing I feel like is worthwhile in terms of the whole franchise itself was the Trust and Betrayal OVAs, which feels more like a self-contained story by themselves, anyways. But yeah, I don't have particularly positive stances regarding this at all, if at all. Very negative, actually, because I just barely care.
Yeah, I don't really have any.
I just don't get why they had to readapt a very old series back in 1996. So
yeah. I mean, if you look at the newer generation of anime watchers, they might not go back and watch the classic anime. So I think that's why they're doing it for.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true. There's a reason why it's called classic anime. Because if you are really really into anime, you will go all the way back then to watch it. But so I'm just curious to what's the business decision behind them deciding to reanimate a very old classics Rurouni Kenshin, because I heard that manga already finished, the anime already finished a long time ago. So if they were to readapt this whole thing, they better have I have some suspicious feeling that they might do some anime original ending if it comes to it. Hopefully not, but
because I heard the OG version had a lot of filler, and of course it wasn't finished at the time because I think the manga wasn't finished at the time, unless if I remember correctly. But it's just it's just there. I'm not
throwing some at the wall and hoping it sticks.
Yeah. There was literally, and I'm surprised that there's actually some Sakagaburo posts on it. But the few cuts it does have, like they're okay, but I don't find them particularly impressive. Like the shit, like I don't like how it looks too. It doesn't look god awful, but it doesn't feel like it feels so uninspiring. The art and animation, it just feels so like whatever. They did not try to do. If they try to do something like what Bleach did, maybe I'd be more interested. But no, it's just plain colors all over. Designs at least seem at least consistent, I guess. But I don't have much else to say other than that. Yeah, so yeah. Sorry to anyone Samurai X fan. Sorry to any Samurai X fans. Like I'm pretty sure a lot of people, pretty sure there's many people that still still have hype over this for whatever reason, but it's just nah. It's not there for me.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, whatever. Let's move on.
All right, so next anime on the list is Undead Girl Murder Farce.
This is actually a banger.
Yeah,
I'll be quiet.
This is actually
Okay.
a banger, but it's just more like
I really like this anime. I really freaking like this anime, especially lately. Like the first like case or whatever we had, I liked, but I think the stuff we've had recently has like really like has me really getting into like the show. Honestly, like
I wish I could describe it better, but it's just like we got fucking Moriarty, Holmes, Lupin, and then just all this. Just this
Aleister Crowley,
wild,
like
just
what the
wild
fuck?
array. It's like it's just like this wild ass stage play. That's how it's directed too. Like it feels like a whole ass funny, like entertaining play.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got this wisecracking dude. I think what was his name again?
Subaru?
It was like he called himself the only killer.
Subaru.
Yeah, that guy with his dynamic, his dynamic with the other main character, Iarindo. Like
their chemistry is awesome.
That is so much fun. the fact that these guys and apparently this is kind of like a not particularly chronological order because from episode 1 quite amount of time has passed till episode 2 when they introduced him to the first case, and then the second. They've been doing it for a long time apparently. I mean, well, she is immortal, and I'm pretty sure Tsugaru is a long-lived individual as well.
Do we know anything about his age? I don't know if we even know about her age.
I think his honors is supposed to be like very, very long lived, but they didn't really go deep into that. That was not the priority.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. It's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, and I have to think the maid was probably not a normal person either. The way she is going. But yeah, it's just such a wacky yet such an intriguing way, and how they direct things is also crazy. There was one part, I think it was the recent episode where I'm trying to find the scene. There was one point where Tora was trying to undo something, and it kind of led to quite an interesting way of a transition. I'm trying to find where it is. Hold on. I might find it somewhere. Okay. There it is. There was this one ridiculous, like, it has plenty of this. There was this one really cool moment where, like, he does that. He kind of just wipes it off. You know.
Oh yeah, you don't really see.
yeah.
Yeah, that
you don't
shit
really
was.
See stuff like that too often. I don't think I've ever saw something.
I wish more anime can direct scenes like that.
That's like super creative.
If that isn't creativity, I don't know what is like that, because that is that actually says a lot about the director who
the Kaguya-sama director, right?
Yeah. I kind of wish the Kaguya-sama director was there for the Ocean Call, but oh well. I mean,
And
but that's what makes it very
Showa
interesting with how
Genroku,
things are
Rakugo
directed.
Shinju.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that one too.
Speaking of directing, you know what this kind of reminds me of? Going back to Zom 100, the first episode where it was in widescreen for a majority of the episode, but then when Akira Tendo felt finally free, it turns to full screen. He literally breaks the widescreen bars.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. That was really good too.
Yeah. So
When you do when they do stuff like that, and we can't forget 86. They did it more, so the black bars were more to indicate Shin's state of mind, he's kind of just lost. But then as Lena was getting into her was talking, and as the conversation goes on, it turns white and then transparent, and it starts to go away, and then that's when she is finally mentally sort of free in a way, which is also really good directing. We just talked about it with the directing in here, and I think Undead Girl Murder Farce is one of the more creative ones at the moment. Even if the show itself doesn't have the big resources on deck, they made whatever they can work, and it's worked wonders so far. It's not like the show itself doesn't have its ups and downs, but so far it's very engaging. Not as talked about as I feel like it should be, which is kind of sad.
And I feel like a lot of people, because there's been the ones where they've had Moriarty and Sherlock Holmes, Watson, all of them in the same, there's that Kabukicho Sherlock Holmes one, the freaking Moriarty the Patriot.
Yeah.
I feel like, I don't know, I never this is the first one, the first anime I can think of at least where those characters have kind of been featured as anime characters that I can actually really get into, because I feel like with those Moriarty a little bit at certain points, but I don't know, this one I'm fully, I feel engaged with, especially lately with the episodes. Especially I feel like this has even people who are newer into anime, it's kind of unfortunate, right, that this doesn't get talked about a lot, because I feel like this could appeal a lot to more Western fans who don't maybe really watch a lot of anime or haven't watched anime ever. I feel like this would be something to appeal to newcomers for sure, but it's not getting really pushed out, I guess. People aren't really talking about it to that capacity, which kind of sucks, but I think I'm pretty sure we were saying that this could potentially be a dark horse at the beginning. I feel like a few of us.
We did. Yeah, we did say that.
Yeah,
and it's turning out to be one for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It does. Will it win anime this season? I mean,
probably not.
It's maybe not. I mean, considering a few other big names on deck, but it's definitely one that I feel is gonna be one to remember. I want to remember, and just not a whole lot to not as talked about. I feel like the more there should be more anime like this instead of resorting to the usual status quo, because this one doesn't feel like off status quo. I'm still trying to every episode so far, I'm trying to predict where it's gonna go, and I'm just lost. The general thing, at least I can kind of put two and two together, but everything else I'm just and then I don't know if you watched that last episode, but I knew there was I thought they were gonna the thing was gonna get stolen away, that diamond was stolen away, but nope. I didn't notice Tsugaru actually snuck the diamond away from that guy, to which the guy was in shock. And I was like, wow. So he basically just kind of set him up like that. That was crazy. I mean, it's just that because of not enough people talking about it, end up talking about enough myself, as I would have liked to. But yeah, it's quite a banger every episode so far.
For sure.
Yeah, for me, I pretty much just feel the same way. This series is just like a great mixture of detective thriller, action, and historical fiction. I really like the whole mystery aspect behind it. You know, there's a lot of intrigue that could be found in this series. I like the characters. But one minor gripe I have with this series is that as much as I like Sherlock Holmes and Watson and all that, I feel like at this point, I still kind of feel like I'm getting quite weary of all these Sherlock Holmes and like Watson depictions. I feel like, and Jack the Ripper.
Oh yeah.
I feel like, you know, Jack the Ripper and Sherlock Holmes, they're just like, they're like depictions that have been done to death at this point. So
that's true. That's true.
And I do wish that, you know, I guess Japan really does have a fascination for like European history and fiction and all that.
Yeah.
But still,
I mean, considering they did get they do have a lot of some of the influence does come from their interactions with them. I mean, way back in history, I don't particularly remember too much about how it went down, but yeah, Japan has tends to have a lot of European based references.
But yeah, honestly, I don't really think I have much to say about this series other than the fact that I just really enjoy the whole like mystery and like the historical fiction mystery aspect behind it, and as well as the action. And like you guys say, I really like the chemistry between Suguru and Aya. Those are standouts as well. I know. Oh yeah, I want to talk about this real quick. Probably one of my favorite moments in this whole series is the scene where Suguru was kicking that vampire's ass. Like he was tossing him around, like he was beating the shit out of him.
He was treating him like a joke too. He was trash talking all that time.
He was making himself a spectacle. Like that was
like
just so
literally
badass.
it was like, hey people, y'all join this. That it was literally like I was saying before. It was literally like a stage play, like how the whole series was sort of directed, which of course makes so much sense. And that's the most splendid part. It's so much fun. I have no particular qualms about it. I was worried that may or may not peter off for me at times, but so far it's been holding up really well. And yeah, I don't not much complaints about it whatsoever.
Yeah, I just can't wait to. Yeah, I think actually I would consider this like one of the series that I look forward to every week from this season.
Yeah,
like it's really enjoyable.
I'm trying to recommend it to others, like even bigger fellow reactors, but even though it may not be up their alley, I mean, like, damn, I gotta let them know. But I mean, the more at least you can try to spread about it, the better. It may not get a second season. Let's get that out of the way. But I feel like what we get here at least is all the worthwhile, as long for what we have.
We should at least try and keep the discussion thread on Memories Discord alive.
Yeah, at least for that.
But yeah, any final thoughts on Undead Girl Murder Farce, or are we ready to move on?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Next up on the list is another anime that I actually do want to talk about, Dark Gathering. So, yeah, Dark Gathering. This is.
Oh boy.
Oh, you're just in time.
Oh boy. Dark Gathering. Oh, by the way, guys, Undead Murder thing is what it is for me. For Dark Gathering, where do I begin with this? Remember back in episode 1, I told you guys this could be a dark horse of the season.
Mm-hmm.
I was so wrong, man. Because after that moment where Eiko showed her yonder side, I start to have doubts now. Because this series is not about horror. I mean, the horror is still there. Don't get me wrong. It's it's
Dark
just
Gathering is kind
it's
of
just so messed up now with Aiko. Not only the fact that she's kind of orchestrated most of these stuff happening, but also she kept pictures of him in her fucking closet, and now she's so obsessed with him that she is just oh my god.
I don't like.
Oh
Yeah,
god, Jesus
I was
Christ!
trying to give the benefit of the doubt because prior to that, some of the episodes, prior to that, some of those episodes were pretty all right. But right now, I don't even know how to feel about the show anymore right now. As much as other people are trying to tell me that this gets better. I mean,
I mean,
I
what I've been
mean,
told too.
I can't say it for
That's what I've been
sure
told too.
when it's concerning how the anime may not be handled. So another thing I've actually heard is that apparently all the episodes have been finished and turned in, which at the glance sounds like a good thing, but then you have to consider were they intentionally rushed to put this out early and didn't really have much resources, were not allowed much to get anyone skillful enough to really direct it in a way that would make me as engaged to it, because the I feel like with Aiko's that part with the Yada girl,
The younger
that could have been it could have
I feel
been it could have been directed, it could have felt like it was directed, like at least it would have left an impression if it had a good director, but we don't, but we did not get the luxury of it. It feels, if to me, her yandere side is corny, very very corny to me.
Oh my
It's
god.
kind of cringe too. I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting a little cringe with the main protagonist too. Like, I understand what he wants to at least try to fit in, but it's just like I'm not even getting. I'm not even. I'm not. I'm not. I can't get myself quite invested as I wish as I would have.
To be honest though, the boy is literally Shido.
Anything?
The boy is literally Shido. The way he screams, the way he acts, it's literally Shido, man. Like, oh my god.
What, from Date Alive?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see that. I can see that.
Oh my god.
I only think the.
Wait, Ryu, didn't you say in the discussion thread that you actually kind of like the yandere side of her? Here's what you just said. I kind of like it though, but I'm concerned about the total shifts of progression.
I did at first, but when it was on full display like that, I'm just like, yeah, that's not what I want. That's not the kind of good character expression that I wanted. I was hoping at least there was something more to it, but I didn't get it. If anything, I was hoping there was a good dynamic with Kitaro and Yaoi, but it's just kind of whatever. It's kind of there. I'm not even invested in. Like, the only thing that's really kind of holding up for me with this series is the horror aspect, which is surprisingly done well so far.
Really?
I mean, done decently, I guess. But I mean, it's not terrible.
The best horror anime, the best horror stuff for me still is Miroku-chan. So I guess.
Well, nah, Miroku-chan is horror elements were good. I can't say anything. I can't say anything. Actually, I can't say anything story wise though.
Comedy?
I mean, it's. I don't.
What world you live in? Comedy?
I mean, it felt more like horror comedy rather than dark. It's not like Higurashi horror. I mean.
Oh no, Higurashi is cringe. Higurashi is cringe. Okay.
What? I mean, well, the comedy in Higurashi is cringe, but I mean,
what I'm trying to say though is Miruko-chan wasn't really scary horror.
Oh yeah, I kind of agree. I was never like scared.
Didn't some of the stuff jump scare you? Oh, whatever, man. Go back to Dark.
It's initially creepy with the design, with how the designs of the spirits are, But after a while, you just kind of get used to it. You're just like, oh.
I never really got
okay.
scared of Mushoku. I thought it was good, but I never really got scared.
To be honest,
watching
you
it.
don't really get scared in anime horror to begin with. You just get uncomfortable. most
No,
of the time.
I actually got creeped up by Asnot in Bleach. That shit was actually kind of creepy.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, I'll give you that. But still though, like going back to Dark Gathering, what's
I mean, decently well, but I'm just saying, like, for what it's attempting, even if it
it's just
doesn't.
why a lolly exorcist again? Why a lolly exorcist?
Exorcist?
Exorcist, yeah, whatever. Elementary school exorcist. I was like, well, okay, fair enough, sure. I mean, she's a brave girl. Fair enough. I mean, nothing wrong, nothing against it. It's just that it just feels weird that Yayoi is taking a spotlight in this. So
Yeah,
but I already said what I need to say. Like Eiko, I like her. Yandere, stop, just stop, please, just stop, man. But still though, like I've been told that it gets better with the new character coming in on next episode. So I just have to wait and see. There's a new character that looks like Oshinoko, so
oh yeah,
she has a star. She has a star in her eye.
She really just got ripped out of Oshinoko just to get into this mid.
If you're talking about the horror side of things, I just have to say this now. I just find it very shonen like in some ways than horror now because like how Yayoi dealt with them and just like stuff. I mean, the creepy girl on the car was okay. I'm not gonna lie though, I felt a bit uncomfortable with that.
Yeah.
But other than that though, everything else this show is just centered around Eiko trying her best to make sure that our protagonist, I forgot his name, just sticks around with her. So whatever, man, whatever. Let's just see how they end the season. I mean, it's 24 episodes, by the way, so we just have to see how the first half of the season goes.
True.
Before I have my final verdict on the show. So, anything else from you guys? Memory?
No, I'm not watching it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm a bit behind. I haven't gone to. I'm not at the Yandere part actually. That surprised me. I don't really mind spoilers for this anime though, so it's okay. I mean, at the beginning, I think I kind of thought this was one of the better horror animes actually, because I don't usually think horror animes are really good actually, but I kind of felt that they've done the horror pretty well. But lately, I haven't felt too hyped about this show as I did in the beginning. But I also think it's because it's on a Sunday. I watch a lot on a Sunday, so I'm like. So it can get kind of overwhelming. That's why I'm kind of behind on this one too. We will see what I think about the Yandere part. I can't really say that, but you guys know I have weird taste, so I might like the Yandere part. We will see, but it's. I barely watch any Yandere either, so I might think that she's gonna be best girl or something like that. We will see, but we'll see. I'll see when I get there.
At least her Seiyu is really working.
Hanazawa is always goated, man. Hanazawa is always goated. Anything she puts in.
Oh yeah, true. Good point.
So, yeah, I mean, we saw the real message, right? Just get cracking to Helck, and then we just call it a night.
Yeah. So I just want to get my thoughts on Dark Gathering. This is actually another show that I look forward to every week because I'm actually really enjoying this.
What's your reaction to it? What's your reaction to it?
I didn't react to this because I don't know how my reaction would fare. I'm not sure how many people want to see a reaction to this show. So that's why
short. I got 3,000 views for reacting to Eiko being a Yandere.
Oh really?
on YouTube Short. So
oh wow.
Wait, how many?
3,000 views. Well, just reacting to Eiko being a Yandere. Just making YouTube Short. Just a YouTube Short to it.
That's insane. That is insane.
By the way,
it's actually ridiculous.
Let me give you a bit of an insight to YouTube Short. for some reason it does better than full length reaction nowadays. But it depends on the anime. So usually stuff like slice of life romance does better on YouTube Short. That's why you've been seeing me doing a lot of YouTube Short for those instead, because the algorithm works better for those. So yeah, just a quick insight for you guys. Yeah, go back to kawaii. You can try doing YouTube Short if you feel like it.
I may consider it for my live reactions.
I'm like super paranoid to show anything for copyright reasons. So I don't know if that will work for me.
That's true. That's true.
People's attention spans nowadays,
they're decreasing.
They've decreased with each generation, and it's not looking good at all.
That's why
and now we sound old.
Why do you think TikTok performs better than YouTube nowadays for some reason?
And in a bad way, because TikTok can have misinformation for a lot of reasons. But yeah, I don't know what to say about. I don't know what else to say about this series at the moment.
Yeah, going back to my thoughts. Like I said, I really enjoyed this show. Yeah, I mean, we already established that, for horror anime is not scary in a conventional sense.
Nope.
But for horror anime standards, this is pretty good. I mean, there are some scenes where I did feel it was pretty creepy and unnerving. I gotta say though, I gotta say, Yaoi might just be one of my favorite characters this season, if I'm being quite honest. One of my favorite female characters this season. She is just so badass, because not only does she trap all these ghosts, she legit makes them suffer. So, and I just, she legit makes the ghosts fear her. And, I just love her drive to, just capturing all these ghosts, torturing them, and then just in hopes of, getting her mother back. And also, I like her deadpan attitude. I like some of the deadpan humor surrounding her. So, yeah, Yaoi is such a beast of a character. Eiko, going to my thoughts on Eiko, especially in terms of the yandere stuff, I wouldn't say it ruined the show for me. However, one thing I will say about the yandere aspect of her is that I do hope that the series would do more with it, because I feel like the series is not doing much with the whole yandere aspect of Eiko so far. I mean, yeah, we see the whole pictures on the wall. We see her spying on Keitaro with the camera glasses.
Oh my god, don't even get me started with that.
Golly.
But hey, it saved him in the end.
It did. So, it really did. But other than that, I feel like we haven't really seen much that, reminds us that, she's a batshit crazy yandere. In fact, Keitaro gave her a love confession, and she seemed fairly normal when Keitaro basically confessed to her. So I'm also interested in seeing where that goes, because I'm wondering how the relationship is going to work out. Is Keitaro going to see that side of her, and is he still gonna think positively of her once he discovers how she truly feels about him? So yeah, one thing I think if I were to list any cons I have with this show is that I think it does kind of get repetitive. It does feel, it is a bit too episodic. But yeah, other than that, Dark Gathering has been really, really freaking good so far. I've been really enjoying this, and honestly, I can't wait to see more. It surprised me that this is 2 cours, because it definitely didn't. It's not the type of anime I would expect to have 2 full cours. So, but hey, I mean, I'm as of right now, I wouldn't mind more Dark Gathering. But yeah, any final thoughts, or are we ready to move on?
Move on.
Okay, so let's see. I think it's fair to say we can. Memory, do you want to talk about Shinigami Bocchan season 2?
CGI.
I mean, the only thing I would want to say is that it's kind of like I'm enjoying it just as much as the first season, and I really like the Cuff and Zane stuff. Like that's been my favorite stuff of the season for sure. So far.
I have nothing.
But aside from that, it's kind of the same, It's been same old, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's basically it. Well, season one at least had the value of initial appeal. I think it just petered. I think it just completely petered out for me on that regard, and I'm just like, I'm just wink. I'm just going through the motions with it at most. So I don't. So I'm sorry, I don't have anything productive for this one. Even though I'm pretty sure quite a number of people still do enjoy this.
I do enjoy it, but not as much as season one. One of the reasons I think is it's the same intro every episode where he plays the piano. Oh, but he's still happy because he got hurt. Okay, we get it.
Yeah.
But and also I have been spoiled on the ending, so I know how it's gonna end. So I'm just waiting for that to happen.
Don't you say it.
Oh, I did. I read it all the way to the end, by the way. But of course, there's no reason.
I haven't read it, but you know, Twitter, you get pictures anyway.
Oh God! Classic Twitter.
I saw the ending picture on Twitter, so I already know how they end already. But I don't think the anime will get to it. So yeah.
We'll see. I'm not going to say what it is though. But if we look at just season 2, I still enjoy it though, and I do enjoy seeing Cuff and the girl. I think the guy was the one who was called Cuff, right? I forgot their names, but was it Cuff was the bird guy, right?
Cuff is the girl.
Cuff is the girl. Okay,
yeah.
Her and him, you know how they get closer finally. But we'll. I enjoy it. I enjoy it. I just wish we got some more with the butler. I forgot his name.
Oh, Rob.
Rob. We barely got any Rob this season.
They did kind of hint at something with him. I forget which episode it was. Though,
I remember that too.
Yeah,
actually.
It was something like in the past. Like he had something. He was involved. Like I forget exactly what they said, but that might be something they touch on later or something.
Yeah. But I still enjoy it.
Yeah, same.
I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna say another unpopular opinion, but this one's a positive one. This might actually be my romance of the season. Now, Shinigami Bocchan season 2. I definitely enjoyed this at least just as much as season 1. Now, and the main reason for that is because if this were to just focus mostly on the Duke and Alice's relationship, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed this as much. I mean, we still kind of got some of that. However, what I like about season 2 is that it doesn't so much focus as much on the Duke and Alice's relationship. How it more focuses on the whole thing surrounding Cuff and Zion. We've seen so much good character and romantic progression between them, and I absolutely love it. I love that we finally get to see them get together and form a relationship. And we also got some interesting stuff surrounding Walter as well, especially with the last episode and how he actually met Daleth and called her beautiful and all that. So yeah, I think that could be potentially a really good dynamic as well. So I want to see more of that. Also, I mentioned this before. The songs in this anime are really good. The singing parts in this anime are really good. I enjoy them back in season 1, and the fact that we're pretty much getting them almost every episode is just great. It is just great. Whoever wrote the songs for this series deserves a raise, in my opinion. And yeah, like the CGI, like if you're not used to it by now, then I really can't help you. I mean, if you don't like the CGI in season 1, it's not gonna do you any favors in season 2, obviously, because JC staff is still going with the CGI format. But yeah,
I don't mind it. I
definitely don't mind this. Is one of the good CGIs actually.
Oh yeah, exactly. But yeah, other than that, overall, Shinigami Bocchan, it's great. It is so good so far. And I definitely can't wait to see more of this romance. So, yeah, any final thoughts? And Ryu, you said you wanted to talk about Helck, right?
Yeah, and then that's pretty much it for me.
I
Okay,
haven't
don't have
watched
anything
anything
yet.
else. I
I
haven't
haven't
watched
seen
anything else.
anything
this
else.
year.
I'm actually tempting to drop Helck in the end. So
Okay, so we'll
It's sad.
we'll just talk
It's
about Helck,
sad.
and then we'll just call it a day.
It's sad because Helck is one of my favorite fantasy mangas because I like the way it kind of did. It's like it's sort of like how would you describe it? Sort of the thing like One Punch Man ish, but it's kind of like there's a deeper like story to it regarding the demons and the humans and how the humans are basically are not all good guys, and the way they depict it is kind of interesting, and the way they depict the world is very good, but it feels a lot more investing in the manga wise. The anime, on the other hand, it just doesn't feel very. It just feels very, very, very typical. The humors that I feel like click well in the manga format, they feel flat here. The gags and all, and the fight, the action scenes are just mediocre as hell, except for maybe a few in the first episode. It's just there. It's not. I'm not asking it to be ultra creative or ultra faithful, but it doesn't feel like a lot of effort was put into this one. I'm not saying like, oh, they were lazy. It's just like there wasn't enough done there. There probably wasn't enough time to put it, time given to them to be able to put things in. And it doesn't. And the staff. There's nothing particularly notable about the staff at the moment. It just feels like another basic seasonal fantasy, which is sad because that's not what Helck is supposed to be. Like, I would highly suggest reading the manga as a point. Yeah, like it's a slow build up, but even to where it's building up right now, when they get the reveal that the humans are what the humans are evolving to be, it just feels like, oh, it's just there. It doesn't feel as striking as it is when I got it revealed. And even if you don't read the manga, you do feel like a lot of stuff falls short of what it's supposed to be. Like you can kind of just clearly see it, and it as someone who's a fan of manga, this is not a very pleasant feeling. That's why I don't like talking about it either. It just exists. It's just another one that just exists. I don't have anything, but I can barely even talk about it outside of my own servers here. It sucks the way it is. I was hoping it would be a dark horse too, but nah. I after I saw one of the trailers, I just kind of lost most of my hope there. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna say that.
I am watching the Helck, although I'm not caught up with it. I watched the first 5 episodes. It's kind of mid, if I'm being quite honest. Now, I do think there's like some interesting mystery surrounding Helck's true motivations. Like why he's in the demon realm, why he's participating in this Demon King compilation, and whose side he's really on. I think there's some. That has kind of left me guessing in a way, but other than that, like there's not much that I like about it. Yeah, I mean, I guess some of the comedy does hit, and I like some of the characters. But but a lot of the other characters, I just find pretty annoying. Especially Vermilio, who like just basically screams every 5 seconds.
She's my favorite though. She's my favorite though. I mean, she does get a lot of but it only comes when she gets a lot of development down the stretch.
I mean, I guess
right now is not the time.
Yeah, I mean, I guess she is. She kind of does stop. I do think she's not yelling as much as she was before, but yeah, there's a lot of the other characters I just don't really. I'm not really too fond of. Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Mashal in a way, considering the fact that it's just like this really buff main character that's hella OP and is really strong and does everything, is able to do anything. However, I think I like this better than Mashal, but that's not really saying much. Only by a little bit.
Oh gosh, let's not talk about Mashal.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah, that's. I'm not gonna say anything more about Mashal. But yeah, other than that, Helck. I mean, I'll try and catch up to it. But
I think it's like, I think once it does get to those big moments, it will start being a bit more worthwhile. But it's so far just like, damn, it could have been so much. Could have been at least so much better.
Was it announced to be 24 episodes or something?
Yeah.
Oh, good lord, no.
That makes me even more worried. I'm like, oh god, it's not gonna get through this unscathed.
Oh, if that's the case, I might have to drop this on the first half like I did with Sacrificial Princess. As soon as I found out that was 2 cours.
Well, Sacrificial Princess is not doing well. There was one actually. It had one particularly very well animated scene that was for a fight, but that was the one time it actually looked good. It doesn't say much. It's just like it's sort of like these situations, like how the Devil's Already Dead one, where like it was episode 1, it looked so fucking clean, and everything else was just
it fell apart.
I'll admit. I hate that I had hope in that one too, and then it just get massively disappointed. I even read the light novel too. Tried to read a few volumes of light novel too.
The light novel? What am I missing? Is a light
novel? For Detective Is Already Dead.
Why are we on Detective Is Already Dead?
And that was just whatever. For Helck, like, please guys, check out the manga. The manga at least will have something a bit more dynamic because of how that medium presents it. I just feel like what's presented us here in anime form just doesn't cross over well. It's very, like, maybe if this got into better hands, like maybe, I don't know,
the
maybe
the Freyren treatment, like what the treatment that's getting.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe something like that. But it didn't get it. And so I'm here to cry about it. Man. It's just something I feel like it's just there. I'm not even gonna try to promote the anime. Just promote the manga. Hey, just read this manga. It's actually really good. But what the anime sucked, sorry. I don't make the anime. That's how it is.
Yeah, I think that's a good description for this series. It's just there.
Yeah.
But yeah, is there anything else you guys kind of just want to like get some quick thoughts on, or?
I haven't even watched anything else on here.
Nothing that I feel is worth discussing.
Okay, just a quick comment on Spy Classroom Season 2 as a light novel reader. First 4 episodes was amazing because they adapted one of the best volumes, and then they move on to the best one, which will be next episode. But then they went back to some fucking filler episode, which, not gonna lie to you guys, one of the episodes was decent, but then everything else is mediocre. So that's all I can say for Spy Classroom. I'm just waiting to the end of the season to give my full opinion on it. So that's all I need to say for now. Let's just end the podcast.
Yeah, for me, from Spy Classroom, I'm not caught up to it, but I did watch something like the first 4 episodes. Mainly because Matlad did say that it's adapting to better chapters, and so far I actually am enjoying it to an extent. I'm not sure if I would say this is much better than season 1.
Yeah,
but it is. I do find it quite enjoyable, especially with considering the amount of Thea focus we're getting, and considering how pivotal she has been and how much of a main character she's been during those first 4 episodes. Like, the amount of character development she got is just phenomenal. And I really do, as someone who has liked Thea since season 1, I really do appreciate that. And there's some other stuff that I enjoy as well. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna save my final thoughts on the. I'm just gonna save my thoughts until the end of season podcast. But yeah, all right, guys, you guys ready to wrap this up?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's just like there isn't. We ended up consuming more time than we expected.
But yeah,
That's what usually happens.
yeah, usually is what happens. Well, I don't think the podcast is going to be that long, but we shall see. We shall see. But yeah, other than that, thank you guys for watching. Have a great day. Subscribe to my channel. Subscribe to these guys' channels. Follow me on Twitter, and I will see you guys next time.